Alright, we're here. This was yesterday's 0-0. This is top 16. Alright, T16. So today is the top 16 of the PAC third chapter tournament. Playing for 16K. First place takes home $500. And we should be starting our top 16 match pretty shortly here. And then we'll battling with this deck still. Even though there's a few changes that I would probably make to it after the event, we gotta finish it out with this here. Looks like we're fighting probably probably green-purple, I believe, is our first round matchup. So we will, I don't know, I guess, do our best. That's all we can do, right? And then, yeah, as soon as we get this started here, we'll kind of see where we're at, I guess. Yes, green-purple was the one that we played yesterday. We played it a couple of times. That was the one that we lost yesterday. Looks like we are allowed to start here. Let me refresh it just to see if it actually has a chat. Doesn't seem like it, but I know what the code is, so we'll see if we can't battle here. This. What? Is that not it? Well, maybe I can't include the space, probably. Yeah, that's right. Let's just table 2. Alright. Looks like we got the play, which is nice. We take those. We'll get rid of these. We know what we're against, so we know what's not useful. This is unnecessary. I think I'll keep the other 3. Those are not great draws. But we do have a Rafiki, which is okay. We'll get rid of a Maui and we'll play the Rafiki. And we'll pass. We do still have the out of drawing into the cards that we need, you know. So we'll do our best. Fox is good. I think we'll get rid of the goat here. We'll quest and pass. I'm looking to discard this B-Prep to this Curse Merfolk if it's an option. We'll have to see if that's something that's allowed. If they do the discard right now, it's going to be unfortunate for us. Or if they decide to play something like the Mim Snake here. So we do another B prep. That's not great. I think what we need to do, given that we're so light on ink, is we probably need to run out this Fox and bounce this Rafiki. So we're going to have to get rid of this Maui. So let's do that. I'd like to be bouncing these rabbits ideally, but we don't really have the luxury of that for ink, so. But I will gladly discard one of these B preps to one of their things if we have to. So they opt to play Spellbook this early. Interesting. We'll see if they decide to trade here. We may or may not take the trade. We'll see what our rabbit gives us. We currently don't have any answer to Ursula, but I don't think we really have time to be worrying about that. Because our hand is not great. The early Spellbook is pretty problematic. But it does commit a lot of their ink to the Spellbook, so they're not able to do as much per turn. But it does put us on a clock, so we're going to have to gain some lore. Hey, Dragon Die. We're going to have to gain some lore and try to close the game out sooner than later. We do have the Medusa. I mean, we can deal with an Ursula that way as well. But they may not have one because they've inked a couple of friends on the other side. They're Cloud Kickering a rabbit. Sure. That is fine for us, actually. We'll get rid of Minnie here. I'm going to play a rabbit and probably a Rafiki here. Then pass. So they're essentially using these as just immediate lore gain, which is reasonable. We might be able to race this Spellbook, actually, because they don't have a lot of card advantage, which is important for us. And we're going to be able to start playing some cards that give us that card advantage back. Such as the Madame Medusa. Like, I'll have to clear their board with pretty much everything that we've got. If they opt to bounce their Curse Merfolk and replay it, I'm probably just going to kill the Curse Merfolk with the Medusa then. And I'm more or less happy about that. So let's bin the Kuzco here. We'll Medusa the Curse Merfolk, because that was kind of their whole turn. I'm likely going to be prep next turn. It's not guaranteed, but it's pretty likely. So let's do this. I'm debating if I'm looking to bounce, like if I want to protect this or not, because they can Cloud Kicker and Mim Fox and like attack our stuff. I think I hold back the Rafiki. It's fine if I draw a card. Well, I'm glad that it's at least entertaining, even if you don't know what's going on. It's fine. We draw a card with the rabbit. We have another rabbit, and we're likely looking to try to B-prep and then close out the game. But I don't necessarily have to B-prep if they don't commit much more to the board. They actually do have YouTube videos on their app as well. Okay, so they're at 7. Let's see if they commit another thing. So they ink. So they don't commit anything additional to the board. We can hit here, here. I'm debating on whether or not I keep this Medusa. Let's do this. Okay, let's ink this Kuzco. We're going to just slam a B-Prep to kill 3 things and then pass. And then I think that with the goat and some of this bounce, like we can flood the board enough to race the spellbook. As long as we can keep the board relatively clear. I am a little worried about a Genie. So ideally I'd like to save this B-Prep for a Genie on the job. So they play a castle, which is fine. I can't deal with both the castle and the Maleficent, unfortunately. But I can deal with one of them. We have... Okay, so if I ink this, that'll give us 8. We can play... Okay, do we have a better way of putting more shit on the board? So if I Rafiki, bounce the Rafiki, then play Crab, then I can replay Rafiki if I ink something else. Yeah, I think it's Rafiki, then Mim. And then I Crab the Mim this way. And then I can replay Rafiki, but I think I'd rather ink something else because I don't want to... Like, I'm going to ink the Rafiki because I'd rather have these cards in my hand. Because the goat plus the snake are how we're going to be able to race here. And we are going to have to try and race as best we can. Because they're closing out the game pretty quickly here. So we'll play the Pinocchio. We'll tap here. We'll go... Rabbit. Crab. Goat. And then we'll snake and bounce the goat. And then pass. We're not in an awesome spot here. They can take a B-Prep, that's fine. I maybe was considering not bouncing the snake here because now they have the Ursula, which is really bad for us. But there wasn't much that I could do about it. Nah, I could have bounced the Pinocchio last turn and left the goat in play. It would have given us one less lore, but then we would have had the Pinocchio in hand. I think that might have been better. So if we gain 4, we can play these 2. Or I can play the rabbit and maybe the gym as well. They'll go to 15. We'll go to... I don't know. I don't want to think about it. I'm going to play the rabbit first. So if I don't gain 1 lore and I instead draw 2 cards, I can maybe find something that allows us to deal with this Ursula right now, which I think might be worthwhile. Because if I find a location, it's very good for us to... So we do that, and then I think that we just quest out, and then pass. I don't know if this is going to be enough to race, but we're going to try. We have the 2 goats. We're representing 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 on board. So they Genie and bounce Gem. It's reasonable. So we're going to see what they're going to do with these Ursulas here. Put them to 15, 16, 17, 18. See what they got in their hand. A Mother knows best. Okay, well that's not great for us. So they bounce the crab and... what? Is it asking me what to bounce? Hang on. What is my opponent's name? This is clearly a bug. Hold, please. Table 2, table 2. It's asking me what to bounce. Looks like a bug. What do you want to bounce? It's a crab trigger. Never mind, I'm dumb. It's crab. Okay, fine. You're right, it is the crab trigger. I'm just stupid and it doesn't show up. Thank you for letting me know. I should have just been reading. I don't know why it doesn't have the actual trigger that it was looking for, but that's fine. So now they're going to go to 14. So we're at 9. 10, 11, 12. I don't have an answer for this Genie. I think I'm supposed to be prep here. And then I can replay additional things after. So I think it's just quest for 3. And then I'm going to cast Be Prep to start. And then we can Ink Gem. And then play Rafiki and Kuzco and pass. And then we have the ability to fight most things, which we probably will with Rafiki. Unless we have enough damage otherwise. Well, given that we drew Maleficent, I suppose we'll just play Maleficent here. And then we'll ink this crab. No, we don't have to ink the crab. We can just jam here. And then the game is over with the goats. It's very close. The spellbook is a little spooky. Okay, we'll take game 1. Okay. So they're on green herb. Yeah, it was a crab trigger. Of course it was a crab trigger. Like, duh. I don't know why I thought it was a bug, but I suppose if it was, it would be valuable to at least interact with my opponent to let them know. To make sure that we don't get scammed or whatever. Cusco's generally pretty mid in this matchup, but we can ink it. The Rafiki's pretty good. Maybe we get rid of the teeth as well. Yeah, I was just showing as a mother knows best trigger, so I just had to assume that that's what it was. Oh, that's a lot of Rafikis. Okay, that's fine. What did they ink? I didn't see it. That was a Flynn Rider. I don't think I need 3 Rafikis. 2 might be usable. I don't know if I'm really going to be able to leverage double Queen's Castle. But maybe. It's kind of not really what I need to do to win this matchup. Like, I need to interact with their stuff more than anything else. And that's why I think the Cusco maybe should just go, and then we'll just play double Rafiki. Though Cusco does combo with the crab. And can draw a card, which has value. It might be better just to play... Nah, okay. I'm thinking it has to be this. And I don't want to get this foxed, so I'm just going to pass. They've gotten rid of some pretty good cards, which is generally good for us. Okay, they opt a Cloud Kicker, which is fine. We were kind of anticipating that. If they end up bouncing Cusco, it's whatever. We'll just ink it. But if they bounce Rafiki because it means that we can't kill the Flynn Rider, it wouldn't surprise me either. Okay, that's fine. They end up bouncing the Cusco. So I'm going to bash the Flynn Rider here. And discard the B-Prep. And then we're going to get rid of the Cusco for this crab. And then we're going to pass. If they want to just try and attack Rafiki with the Cloud Kicker, I'll just bully it with the Merlin, and that's fine. Depending upon what they play, there's a world where we play this castle, too. On 4 instead of the rabbit, but I think the rabbit is just more useful in general. I really should have their deck list up. Just here. Tinkerbell, and they play a goat. Okay. Yeah, let's bash here. Get rid of the Rafiki, we'll play this rabbit. Draw a card and pass. This is a good draw. We'll try to save it for a genie, though they only have 2 genies. A Tinkerbell would also be a good target for the Medusa. You beat me round 1. Yeah, that's. I saw that you had a couple of rough games after that. I appreciate the follow. Yeah, I learned a bit about this matchup after fighting against you. Nailer, appreciate the follow there as well. Yeah, I was playing this a little bit wrong with my mulligans. I was being too conservative. Like, I have to interact with what you're doing too much. Way more than I had thought, right? And I just wasn't doing that, so... How many crabs have they got? 3. They have a lot of crabs. So I don't know if this location is really what we need here. I do think that I'd like to push a little bit of lore. It's kind of awkward if we bounce this rabbit, though, because it doesn't do anything. Like, we don't gain much value on board. If we can't play another thing. But I still think that this is probably fine. So it gives us more options as far as ink. I think I'm just going to get rid of the castle. It really isn't it isn't it. It's too easy to answer, and it doesn't necessarily close the game at the spot that we're at. If we draw one after a little bit, it might be better, but I just don't think that where we're at right this moment is where we need to be doing that. I need to be getting cards on the board that can interact with what they're doing. To make sure that we're not falling behind, basically. Because our late game is much better than theirs. And they're kind of an aggro deck, so as long as we can get to the late game with enough cards, we'll be okay. So they have 2 locations and a spell book. They got rid of a crab because we got rid of a location. That makes sense. So not playing the location was good there because they do have the crabs. So they did play a genie, which is great for us. Doesn't matter which one of these they bounce. In fact, the fox being in our hand is probably better anyway, because now I can get rid of the Minnie Mouse and I can just straight play this this Medusa, get rid of the genie, and then we can quest for their crab here and pass. I mean, there's a reason that we have so many Medusas in the deck, because it bullies a lot of the better cards in the format, right? Like, that is why they're there. So they draw 2 cards, understandable. I could be in the market to put this back into my hand. The Medusa as well. At some point, because it is very good at interacting with what they're doing. See what they've got here for the next turn. Let's end up playing a goat and a Curse Merfolk. Okay. They ink going up to 7, which is a lot for their deck. Okay, so I'd rather use the crab to trade with the Mim than the Medusa, so I think we'll sing with this. I think we're going to ink a Rafiki. I'm getting to the point where I'd like to be able to start closing out the game a little bit more. We do have a Maui that we can bash one of these as well, which is nice. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to play the rabbit again. We can actually bounce the Medusa with this next turn if we want, if it's still around. But if they decide to trade one of their things into it, I think that's also fine. Like, I'm going to just do this. Get it off the table. And then we're going to do this. And we're going to put the rabbit back in our hand and draw a card. So we have a lot of cards. Most of them don't help us a ton in this matchup, like where we're at. But if they decide to just smash their goat into my Medusa, I think that's probably fine. Like, that doesn't forward their lore gain, and it... Yeah, that's okay. And we have plenty more Medusas in the deck. Like, we don't need to be redrawing that one, because I can just start bouncing goats. Genie, sure. I don't love that Genie is here. So that's a little awkward. We're gonna have to kill this Cursed Merfolk for sure. That'll be an answer for next turn, I suppose. Let's do this. Bounce the rabbit. Let's ink Friends on the other side. I'm going to hit here, and I'm going to get rid of one of these rabbits. And then just pass. And then I'm in the market potentially to clean up multiple things on the board with the B-Prep to take care of this Genie. Assuming that we don't find a better answer to it. Because this should be their last Genie as well. They bounce it to their hand, sure. They play a Rafiki. Okay. Are they going to trade with my Mim, or are they just going to leave this? They decide just to leave that, huh? So I can put them to 12. Maybe we don't be prep. This can kill the location, but then they don't gain any lore. Which has some value. But I think the play is just going to be goat. Quest and pass. Hey, Lorcana 29, appreciate the follow. So we know that they have Genie, but that's really their whole turn. None of these are great targets to bounce. So it doesn't bother me much, but we're trying to set up a turn where we can B-Prep and do something else. We don't quite have that as an option. We expected that attack, and then the Mim to Quest to put them to 11. We'll see if they decide to play anything additional. They don't know about the B-Prep currently. So we found Teeth. Teeth is not relevant here. We can put the goat back in our hand, actually. If we want. I don't think I need to do that, though, because we have another goat. I think I'm fine just questing with these two. Casting Be Prepared. Drawing our card and then seeing where we're at. It's a Pinocchio. Okay. We'll keep the Teeth. Do we ink this Maui? I think we keep the Maui. Do we keep everything? I think I do ink the Teeth, actually. I changed my mind. I think it's unlikely that they're just going to run out straight Genie. Okay, fair enough. I am just wrong. Is Genie mandatory? Oh no, they misclicked. You may return chosen character, so they must have clicked. Oh no, that's a disaster. Oh no. What a disaster. I feel for him. They play a Rafiki. I mean, we had the Medusa anyway, so it turns out that it didn't really matter much. But that is pretty rough. We hit this. Play the location. Here. And then we'll pass. They play an Ursula. So we're going to need to close the game relatively quickly, but we do have that as an option. Now that we have the Queen's Castle as well. We play the Pinocchio, we tap the Ursula. I think the best way for me to do it is to play the goat. And then mim the goat. And then hit the Ursula again. And then we can put this in here and then quest again. And then we'll just keep this on deck. Yeah, I don't know if it would have mattered a ton, because like whether if they play the genie there, like we ended up ripping the Medusa. And I just don't think that the spellbook on its own is fast enough to close, since we had the goat in hand. But yeah, that's brutal. So we do this. We play the goat. We quest. We quest. We ink gem. I should have inked last turn, actually. Specifically because we knew that we were going to have the Medusa. Because then we would have been able to bounce the goat. I don't think it matters, though, but... Yeah, if I... Oh, yeah, I could have just won that turn if I had bounced the goat instead of killing their thing. I was too focused on killing it. But yeah, you're right. I could have just... I could have just bounced the goat there. I didn't realize that I was at such high lore. I was so laser focused on using that Medusa to kill the genie that I knew about. But yeah, that was a rough misclick from our opponent, but we did it. Let's fucking go. I don't know how much longer it is. We should report real quick. This here. We were on the play. Played 2 games. This, and this. Results confirm. Okay, so we're fucking doing it. So now we're moving on to the top 8. Top 8. Boom. That's not an 8. There. Okay. Where am I? Here I am. So there's 4 tables left, so... So, for this matchup, what I've found is... Let me bring up his deck, so we can talk about like the cards that are in it and what I've kind of figured out when I've played some of these games. So, in general, this is a tempo deck that a lot of their lore gain cards are sort of the Curse Merfolk, the Flynn Rider, etc. and they have like text that makes you not want to attack them, right? Whenever this is challenged, each opponent chooses and discards a card, etc. However, I found that the way that you can interact favorably with this matchup is you try to target Ursula, so you want your like 3/3s, your 4/3s, your own Mims and Snakes, and even Rafikis to be available to be able to kill this if you can immediately. If you can deal with this with a Pinocchio right away, it takes a lot of the headache out of your nonsense, right? Because then they don't get to, draw 4 cards or whatever. But if the only thing that they do with Ursula is draw 4 cards, you can still hang in there as long as you're, using your rabbits to keep cards up, being willing to trade early cards to just get these off the table so that they're not gaining 4, 6, 8 lore. It's when these, like the Cursed Merfolk and the Flynn Rider, when they dump them out and then they gain 4 or 6 lore with them each before you deal with them, because you have to deal with them anyway at some point. But when they're gaining a bunch of lore off of these before you deal with them, that's when I think you're losing these matchups. So you kind of play it similar to the way that you would the mirror, except you try to do more early shit, because your late game is always going to be better than theirs, outside of, obviously, Spellbook. But he hit Spellbook both games, but sort of ran out of gas, right? Obviously, our opponent didn't have Ursula on 3 into this either of the games. Their draw was kind of mopey either way. Making sure that you have an answer to the Tinkerbell or the Genie is important. In this matchup specifically, like, we have the Medusa, and we have the Maui's Hook. Maui in general isn't amazing in this matchup, I would say, but you can combine Maui's Hook plus Maui to take out either of these or any of the other cards in their deck, and Maui lives. Also including their Queen's Castle. Maui can bully these pretty well. So you don't need a lot of them, but there is a world where keeping some Maui around is okay, because you can just like bash a Merlin goat, or you can bash a fox and it lives, and then you can try to hit something else. Yeah, I do have like 2 teeth in my list, but that's it. As long as I think you have the Pinocchios and you have some of the other early game interactions. So where's my deck? Here's my deck. So as long as you have like the Pinocchios, the Rafikis, some of the better early interaction like this, even going Snake into a Pinocchio or Fox into a Pinocchio later, you have more interaction that can deal with untapped things, right? The teeth are better when you're running cards that are more, like, when we had more 1/3s, I think the teeth were better. But realistically, this is not a good card. If we read this card, it's not good, right? Dealing 2 damage to a thing, but also 2 damage to our thing is not really a card that I want to be playing. But yeah, like, this card is just not that good, right? I think there are some spots where you can use this to, kill their stuff. But I mean, what card are we killing? Where was this deck? Here? Here. So, like, okay, if you blast a Cursed Merfolk or a Flynn Rider with your spell instead, but if you could have just attacked this and discarded the thing, the teeth, like, that is a whole card anyway. So it ends up not making that big of a difference. And you can't kill Ursula with it, so it's kind of shit there. So the only, like, killing Morph and killing some of the shift cards are still valuable, right? But, I think that you don't need as many teeth, and there's just, like, other cards that are better to have in the deck than teeth. I still think that you maybe need some, but I can understand why, running 0 would feel pretty good. because it is a pretty dead card in a lot of matchups. Like, it's just not good against the mirror. It's not good against like the blue steel type of decks. And it's only marginally good against decks like this if you're hitting like the Robin Hood and the Stitch. But if you're not, like, what else are the targets? It's literally just these two in this whole deck. Because, yeah, you can kill Cindy too, I guess. But, like, it's just these cards, you know? So it's not awesome. Yeah, I guess you kill Cindy because they have the Shift Cindy. But, like, for the most part, it's awkward, you know? Because there's just not as many things to hit with it. You know, you look at some of the other decks, it has exactly Captain Hook that it can hit and kill. It's just not good. You know, there are some things, like you can bully a little bit of the Jafars, and again, the same Robin Hood thing, but it suffers from the same problem here, though Blue Fairy is an issue. This is Zepha's deck. You know, being able to kill a Blue Fairy without necessarily needing to use the hook or whatever does have value. If they run this out right away, you know, if you can interact with it, it's generally pretty good. But, like, in general, if they, you know, if they don't have something like a Blue Fairy, it just doesn't have that many targets. And it's certainly not great in the mirror, you know, and it never really was. It was always something that got inked early, a lot, you know. So, you know, against these Emerald Amethyst decks, I think just having a better board presence to be able to deal with their things is more useful. Like, having these 3/3s, having these 4/3s in play to be able to just fight their cards, as opposed to using spells and, like, discarding cards to fight them, ends up being more useful. Because most of their cards are pretty small, and even though if you bash the Flynn Rider with your 3/3, you know, you have 2 damage on your thing. Okay, so then what? What, are they going to trade one of their other cards with your card, so then you still 2-for-1 them? Then the Flynn Rider's discard and the Curse Merfolk's discard doesn't matter anymore. So I think that's why if you just trade off with these right away, as long as you manage the Ursula outside of that, it becomes just like a mid Amethyst deck that can't get as much ink as you because they need to be playing their cards to the board. So as long as you're just aware of that and you manage, like, the locations and the Ursula, I think these decks are something that you can deal with. Though I do think that you need a bit more 1-drops just to make sure that you're interacting. Because if they just go, you know, 1 into 2 into Cloud Kicker or whatever, and you don't interact, you know, you're just gonna die, which is what happened in our round 1 yesterday. So, but yeah. I think that we're in a good position. I don't know if our deck is the best deck in the event at all, but we've made it into the money, right? Because top 8 pays something. So our fail case is that we are in the money, which is a pretty good place to be, I would say. We've made at least $100. So top 8 is 100, top 4 is 150. Oh, let's bring it up. I don't know why so it's 500 for first, 350 for second, and then third, fourth, I think, rumble off to see who gets third and fourth rather than it just being a flat, which is whatever. And then it's 100 for top 8. So we at least made top 8, which is great. It does matchup dependent a little bit, but also, like, your draw matters. How you draw kind of matters quite a bit. Yeah, the green-purple deck does look good, and I think it is definitely a deck that I'm going to probably try on the ladder a little bit. I don't know if this version is perfect or not. I know that these are some of the early lists. I don't know what you would change with it. The locations might just not be good enough. You may have to just cut some of your uninkables and then try to run more spell books, right? So you can win on that front. But the locations have a big target on their back now, where they may just not be good enough. You know, it's hard to say. It's kind of hard to say, and we'll have to see how this tournament shakes out and how people adapt to the new decks and how they look now, because like the red purple decks, I think, are going to start changing how their deck looks, how their deck is constructed, to be able to better fit what your opponents are doing. You know, we look at Moyin's blue steel list, and they've already adapted somewhat to Medusa, where the majority of their threats can't be Medusa'd, and they have Rise of the Titans, which is a hard, clean answer to locations, so that they don't have to necessarily bully locations with their characters. They can just, you know, as part of their whole new worlding, they can Rise of the Titans, just kill your location, and then do something else for the turn, and then all of a sudden that sort of blanks locations. And if they get to 8 or even 12 ink, sometimes they just double or triple drop a McDuck Manor, and then even if you have answers in the form of Maui or whatever, they just have an awful lot of things dealing with it, right? So the adaptation is interesting because in theory they're making their deck a little bit worse against other types of decks to be stronger against, you know, like red purple. But we'll see. We'll see how it shakes out. I haven't obviously watched all of the games that were played. Just didn't have the time. I watched a couple of them, and the deck seems pretty good. Like the Gaston seems great, and it has a lot going for it. Like this is DeCandio on a lantern. Like this list has almost no new cards in it, right? It has a handful. But for the most part, it's just adding some bare necessities. Probably not as many as I would have added. I kind of like 4 of these, but it has a lot of Cinderellas because I think that they're very good in the format right now. There's just not a lot of cards that cleanly deal with Cinderella outside of like B-Prep, you know? It's the same reason that the Maleficent Dragon has been really good for me, is a lot of the removal is like soft conditional removal that, you know, doesn't interact with a 5/5, especially if it's got Ward 2. You know, Medusa's very powerful against decks that don't keep that in mind. You know, Beast and Robin Hood, to some extent, like the Rapunzel, the Ariel, like all these cards just get killed by your Medusas, but the Cinderella is a different strategy, and in those matchups, like it's probably more of a priority. Is to try and get this down so that the only things that you have to really worry about you can sort of interact with a little bit with bare necessities, and then just bully their cards with something like this. So I think this is an interesting list, and I don't actually think this is necessarily a bad deck to be taking to an event right now either. Given that it's, especially with the lanterns as opposed to the Pluto, I think that the Pluto is a little bit of a trap, because it prevents you from kind of playing the goons, and you're ramping into what, a 3 that just doesn't do a whole lot. Because right now, Cindy into, you know, Let the Storm Rage On is still very good. Kills, you know, Rafiki, and it kills a lot of cards. You know, like out of the green-purple list, it kills their Curse Merfolk, or their Maleficent, or their Rafiki, or their Chernabog's followers, and then you draw a card. Like, that's still very good. It was good in the last format, and it's still good now. So I think those are important things to consider when you're thinking about cards. Like, and how you are positioning your deck, right? I do find these Jafar lists to be really interesting. I didn't find Jafar to be a particularly troublesome combo when I played against it a little bit, but the addition of like Rise of the Titans and just being maybe a blue fairy steel deck that also happens to have a little bit of Jafar combo, like not going all in on it, but being sort of a purple steel deck, you know, purple steel whole new world type of deck, that also just happens to have Jafar in it is probably the way to play it. I did watch a little bit of games that Zephyr played yesterday against against Red Purple, and it seemed like there were spots where, you know, and this was opponents still playing, you know, Surfer Mini, but he would have one of these Jafars in play. They would quest with a Surfer Mini, and then he would just shift Jafar and attack it with the 4/5 evasive. And then now all of a sudden they still have this problematic card in play, which is at that point then a 4/4 evasive. But then you also don't have your Surfer Mini, which is another reason that I think Surfer Mini is just not it right now. There's just too many things that can answer it. You know, Smash still answers it. Zeus answers it. It's really rough for Surfer Mini out there right now. Even the Jafar, like the 2-drop that people are playing, can kind of bully it, which is rough. But yeah, so it's just something to be aware of, like managing the Jafars that are on board, managing the blue fairies if you can. I think Teeth is probably at its best in a matchup like this, interestingly, if you can bully the blue fairies, just because it sort of cuts off a lot of their card draw. So I mean, if you look at this deck, and I think if you look at Zephyr's deck as well, both of them are very heavily reliant on Whole New World and Blue Fairy to draw cards, and to some extent Beast and, you know, Jafar attacking or whatever. But a lot of it is based on like the Whole New World rather than Rabbit, right? They're just not relying on Rabbit. They're not relying on the bounce cards. They don't really have Fox. They're not putting the things back into their hand. You know, they don't have Goat. Like the Jafar is their kind of closer card. So if you can cut off some of their draw from like Blue Fairy, you know, maybe Medusa, Beast, you keep these Jafars under control with your Pinocchios or whatever, then as long as you're aware of these Jafars, and if they just play one raw, you have an answer to it, then, you know, you're kind of going to be in control. But I can see why this deck has been doing pretty well against Red Purple, especially with the Rise of the Titans. I think a lot of the Red Purple lists that actually made the top 8 are still running a bunch of gyms and have a mild focus on locations, which just doesn't really matter right now. Like, it's not really that powerful. And the Rise of the Titans also answers the Fishhook, which is one of the better things that you can be doing against something like a Jafar. Mostly because you can, like Pinocchio, their Jafar, and then just Maui and bash it or whatever with the Fishhook, as long as you have something that gives evasive. But we'll see. We'll see what our next matches are. I'm going to take a quick break. I don't know exactly when it's going to be up. When the last games are up, but I will be right back because there's still a few games going, so I can actually look exactly how many are still going. It is pairings. There is one. It's just Zephyr's game, so it shouldn't be too long. But I will be right back, and then we will we'll battle the next round in the top 8. Completed. I'll be right back. I'm back. I think that the next round is up. Or at least it will be pretty soon here. Oh no, Zephyr and his opponent are going to game 3. So we're not quite there yet. So I believe that... So somebody posted the bracket with an easier to see visual. Let's see if I can find it again. There, okay. This. Open just the image. All right. So this is the bracket here. Can I doodle on this? How do I doodle on it? Oh my god. Okay. Alright, we'll do this. Okay, does this let me doodle on it? No, that's fucking crap. Holy shit. You better not make me open you in Photoshop or I'm gonna be big mad. You're gonna make me open you in Photoshop, aren't you? You fucking shitter program. Fuck me, huh? Alright, I will open it in Photoshop so that we can doodle on it. Stupid. I could open it in Paint. Actually, that would be better. This. Nice. I like that it's not dark mode. Fucking Microsoft, why are you the way that you are? You really don't have a dark mode, do you? Oh my god, anyway. Okay, so let me look at the... the results so far. So, do I have like a red crayon? I have a blue crayon. That's pretty close to the same thing. Oh my god. Alright, red crayon, done. Okay, so this puts me here. And then, oh, the crayon is terrible. What am I doing? Calligraphy pen, come on. Alright, marker is good. So I move on. And then this one isn't decided yet. DeCandio moves on. Tristan... The discard is gone. That's nice for us. Blue Steel moves on. Another discard, but they're on the other side of the bracket, so we don't have to worry about them for a while. And then Ferrante and another discard. Jesus, get the fuck out of here with this shit. Well, all the discard is on the other side of the bracket. Hopefully, our opponents can battle them out and deal with that before we have to fight them later. But we are going to either fight a bunch of Jafar or Ruby Amethyst and an Amber Steel. But we'll see how the Zephyr deck shakes out. Let's use the most ghetto solutions. Oh my god, battle that. No, leave me alone. Also, leave me alone. Stop, stop, stop. Okay, we'll bring that back up later. It'll be useful. Akash, appreciate that. Thanks for the follow. Okay, so given that list, we can look at the decks that remain, right? So let's scroll these up. So that we can see the names. Okay, and then we'll look at this thing side by side here. So we don't know the outcome of these two yet. We know that Ferrante is in. We know that Moyen is in. DeCambio is still in. I believe that Aaron Rubin was knocked out. Yes. And then this one was the blue. Oh, he got knocked out. That's sad. And then Emotional moved on. This is one of the Ruby Amethyst. This was the aggro deck. That one got bussed by DeCandio. This was our opponent. This is DeCandio's new opponent. Carlos lost to Moyen. Brindlebore moved on. This is me, and then I believe that that's everybody, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah. Just double check. Yes, this Jafarless lost, and then this was our last round opponent, I believe, yesterday, and they lost to the discard, the Bucky discard. So, matchup-wise, it's these two. It ends up being DeCandio versus this list. And then it'll be Moyen versus this. It'll be Ferrante versus Brindlebore, like this, or this, I guess. And then it will be me versus whoever is the result of these two. So these are the two decks that we'll look at. So this looks like a relatively stock RP list from just like an early rendition. Mostly just adding the Hawkins package, the RLS Legacy, like this 8 slot, or this 10 slot here with the full gyms and then the full locations, and they don't have any hooks. So I would say that in general, unless I'm misunderstanding, we should be relatively favored against this. Though they do have the full Tremaines, which I think is tricky. Let me double check and make sure that that is the right matchup that I'm looking at here. Yeah. So they do have the Tremaines, which is something that we would have to play around, but we can be aware of that and play around them. They only have 2 goats, which I think is something to note. As long as we bully their locations and play around Tremaine, I think we'll be in an okay spot here. Because interestingly, Tremaine is lines up pretty bad against Medusa. Though one thing that we have to be aware of is that unless we find a hook in this matchup, if this is our matchup, we're going to struggle a little bit against their flyers and their locations. So a hook is going to be really important for us. And then just making sure that we play around Tremaine if Tremaine is going to be very good for them. Making sure that we don't let them bounce these, shift it, double bounce it, like those kind of maneuvers will cost us the game probably. But they don't have a ton of reach because they have less goats, so we'll just have to be aware of the goats and managing the locations, and then we should be fine. Because I think that the hook and our own Mauis will be good. Realistically, they don't have a lot of answers for locations of their own because they don't have any hook. They only have 2 crabs. And then outside of like the Maui, you know, the normal, the Maui and the foxes, they don't have a ton of ways of necessarily interacting with it either. So our own locations might be a little bit better in this matchup than they are against some of the other red-purple lists, potentially. That one's me. Are there any other red-purples left? There's one, Ferrante, right, of course. Who's playing a list that I find to be a little bit more interesting than mine, even. Because it has the 2 Dragonfires, which I think, and the 3 Maleficents, which I think are pretty interesting. These are Medusas in our list, but I do think that the Dragonfires are positioned pretty well against some of these other lists where the Medusa maybe will struggle. For example, it's good against Jafar. It is pretty good against Cinderella. But there's another Jafar deck, of course, and then it's also good against this matchup. I mean, Surfer Mini is still an okay card, right? On the play especially, like, there's nothing inherently wrong with Surfer Mini still. It just has a lot more cards that can interact with it than ever before. You know, whether that is the hook, giving your thing, you know, any of these idiots evasive just takes out your Surfer Mini, whether it's the Medusa just straight killing it, you know, even being able to, like, tap it with Pinocchio and then use hook to jump and kill it. Those are very real lines that didn't exist in the mirrors before, which kind of do exist now. So that is something to kind of be aware of with those Surfer Minis, especially if you're on the draw. Like, it is so much worse on the draw than it ever has been, I think. You know, if your opponent plays the hook on 3, like, your minis are bad then, immediately. They're good for 2 lore, basically, if they don't have a Pinocchio and another card to deal with it. You know, and if you're playing them later, like, it just gives them another Medusa target. So I don't think that they're necessarily terrible cards. There's so many more answers to them than there were before. It's not like the safe, you do surfer, 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 and you just win the game like it used to be, because there are some answers now. So, like, my opponents who've played Surfer Mini against me have gotten it killed by Medusa and Hook a bunch, and that has been problematic for them, because Surfer Mini also doesn't threaten locations very well. That being said, like, a list like this that sort of leans in on, you know, more of these, like, they want to get the gym on 4, or on 5 rather, to play a location with their surfers, like something that's a little bit more, you know, go 3 into Rabbit, into Jim, Tremaine, or whatever, like that sort of more aggressive lore gain line. I can see why it did well in the event, you know. You can just be like, we play a 1-3 into Cuzco, you know, maybe we Fox on 3 or we Mini, and then, you know, you slam your Jim into one of these as your top end, and I think that's pretty respectable as well, because I mean, Tremaine, like always, does quest for 2, which closes the game a lot faster than any of the cards that we're playing. Like, our deck is very slow at closing, which is why I think it's possible that we need a spellbook in it to be able to rumble better against the mirrors, because like, you need some way of closing the game a little bit faster and a little bit more consistent, while it's just, you know, their game and your game are sort of at a stalemate. And something like that helps. Whereas the locations, in theory, do that, but if your opponent has any way of interacting with locations, it just doesn't work, right? If they have a Maui, if they have a Crab, if they have a Fox, like any of the cards that are good against locations, which this deck has a lot of them, then the location just isn't the solution. So it's tricky against Steel if they're running a lot of the Rise of the Titans, because this deals with all of your extracurricular ways of closing out the game outside of GOAT. Right? Because this just banishes location or item. So all of your fun locations, your hooks, if you end up running Spellbook, like all that shit just gets killed by their Rise of the Titans, which, you know, if they're able to trade up with your stuff, can be rough, you know? But the meta could always change too. I just think that the environment overall is a little more hostile to Surfer than it was before, for other colors too. Along Came Zeus can kill it, of course. Some of the Jafar decks obviously are playing this Jafar, which Surfer always struggled against. You know, you look at a lot of these decks that are running Strength of the Raging Fire, just destroys it very easily, and a lot of decks are running that. It gets bounced by Cloud Kicker, which is super awkward. Super, super awkward. A deck like this doesn't have as many direct ways of removing it, but it does still have the Along Came Zeus. It does still have the swords, Tinkerbell line that can take care of it. It's probably at its best against this matchup, honestly, because they just you can try to just go bigger than them, though they do gain lore a lot faster than you if they're able to get their ramp off. Okay, so it looks like I am going to be playing against Zephyr here, which I don't know. I think this matchup would have been something that I would have preferred to fight against, but we will be fighting against Zephyr in just a moment. Yeah, the purple steel deck does look pretty fun. Give me 1 second. Alright, looks like I'm probably battling against Zephyr here then. So this deck is RIP. So we battle against Zephyr. This is my deck. Let me double check our pairings here. Yeah, we are paired against Zephyr. So this is what we're fighting. They do have location answers, so locations aren't the business against them, so we have to be aware of that. Teeth is good to deal with blue fairies. The hook is less strong, but Medusas are generally pretty good against them because of the beast, because of the Robin, like the normal shift cards. And then just dealing with some of their pre-shifted things, I think, is going to be strong for us a lot of the time. Just making sure that we have answers for Jafar. I'm kind of trying to figure out if we need a ton of really early interaction, and it doesn't seem like we need a ton. I guess we just battle and see. Yeah, I might try, like, no matter what I do, I'm going to play into it a little bit. I'm going to have to. Because the hook is generally pretty strong against them to give us evasive to be able to battle the Jafar or have our cards trade into Blue Fairy. But I'm going to try and sandbag them as much as possible to make them have to wheel them away. Alright, let's go battle against Zephyr here. We are on table 1. I don't know if caps matters. Okay, so we go first. That's huge. We got a Teeth, which is great. This hand is acceptable. So I think I will keep it. It does not have a rabbit, but I think we can live without it. Okay, so we are 0-0. We go first. And we are against Jafar. Alright, so this will be our top 8 game. I don't believe that we're going to need 2 1-drops, so we'll get rid of one of them. I would have rather that this was a Rafiki, ideally, but it's fine. It is fine. Well, they are a whole new world deck, so you don't always need as much draw. If your hand is very over-flooded with draw, like it can get in some matchups, then you can end up getting whole new worlded, and then you don't have draw later as well. So it's sort of a double-edged sword. So they got rid of a Smash, which is something to note. I should bring up his deck over here. So we could just Teeth this. We don't necessarily have to do that right now. I think we quest here. I don't think the second snake is what we want right this moment. I think I'd rather keep the crab. So let's do this and then pass. I would like to deal with this sooner than later. But I can wait until next turn to manage it. Like, I can deal with it now. We can play Pinocchio. Tap the Robin. And then bash it. And then I think we'll get rid of the Minnie Mouse here and then pass. And then there's no shift that they can play this turn, so we can get rid of the Blue Fairy now, like on this turn. So we drew Rafiki. We can have Pinocchio kill it straight up. I don't think I want to play the crab. think I'm just going to draw 2 cards to start. Okay, so we found a fish hook, which can be useful as well. We could kill the blue fairy next turn, but we would let them draw cards if we don't interact with it now. Like if they just play the 4-drop Jafar. Then that ends up being a bit problematic for us, because like then our whole turn is pay 5, do this to deal with the blue fairy, as opposed to singing and dealing with it. But it does give us more options, right? Like I can get rid of the crab here then. I can get rid of the crab. I can play this and just quest with everything and pass. And then I can use the Rafiki to take out the blue fairy, and I can also still sing, I think, which is what's important. I can sing the teeth or I can get rid of it. Both of those are options. So 2 of the Jafars for the combo are gone. So they did end up playing the Jafar. So that did cost us 1 card to make that play, which is unfortunate. But not surprising. Like, we expected that as a potential outcome. Okay, so I think what we do is... we'll play the hook. We'll give this evasive. Then we'll take out the blue fairy. And then pass. It's possible that he kills the hook here. We did use it to kill one of the more important cards. If he opts to wheel us here with Jafar, I'm actually kind of okay with that. Because our hand isn't that good. And him going to 9 lore doesn't ruin our life here. Like, if we rip a Maui, we just get to kill the Jafar then. I think is important to know. I do wish that I had the crab in play, so that we could sing this Friends, but we can kind of live without it for now. I think he's debating on killing this fish hook here. We're a bit behind where I would like to be, I think. But we know that 2 Jafars are gone in a smash. Could also shift and sing swords, which would kill our board. Should be a little annoying. He almost certainly has Shift Jafar. And he's just trying to figure out what the best option is. He certainly has Wheel, the whole new world. And he certainly has Swords. Or some combination thereof, but he's debating on whether or not... Like, if I have a Maui in hand and he does the shift line, and then exerts it, then we just get to destroy his Jafar with the hook for free. So he shifts it. He could just attack Rafiki as well, but that suffers from a similar problem. If he decides to just attack Rafiki, then we have another option, but... So we do lose a Be Prepared. We found a Maui, though. So they go up to 9 lore here. I will play Maui. I think we have to kill this overdoing like the gym and location stuff. But I think that this is a potential option for next turn as well. We'll get rid of the Minnie Mouse, and then I think we just quest out. Unfortunately, a Tinkerbell does kill our whole board, which is not ideal. But I don't think that there's another way that we could have played this and still dealt with the Jafar. So I'm fine with it. Yeah, here's a Tinkerbell, kills our board. So we expected that outcome. So 2 of the Grab Your Swords are gone out of how many? 3. So most of the Grab Your Swords are gone. So we can pretty easily go a little wide. We have an option where we can play Jim plus Rafiki. And then that can bait the Tinkerbell to get a little bit larger. Sorry, to have to attack. We can also just draw some extra cards with the rabbit. I would like to play towards using this Maleficent as a Maleficent, like to blow something up. I don't really think that the Gem plus the Queen's Castle is the answer. Because what are we inking then? This second hook? They only have 1 Jafar left. I guess if they Jafar a second time, we're just dead anyway. So maybe it's fine to ink this hook. And then we'll do Jim plus this. And then we can either give Jim evasive. They can't really attack it directly. So I think we'll just do it this way. And then pass. And then this requires them have several answers to stuff. They Rise of the Titans, which is fine. Our hook gets to live. We've also developed a 4/4. Which I think is reasonable. If they decide to hold New World, like, we're winning on cards. Because we've used a lot of them. Unfortunately, we would lose our Maleficent Dragon. But such is life. So they play another Blue Fairy, which is fine. I don't love it that it's in play, but it is okay. I think they're trying to debate if they're going to use this Tinkerbell to sing and kill our Jim or our Rafiki here. So we do have an answer to the Blue Fairy that we can do this turn. Which I think we're going to do. I'm going to play Rabbit to start. I'm going to bounce the rabbit. I'm going to ink the crab. And I'm going to Teeth and Ambitions. Here and here. And then pass. So the reason that I did that is I'd like to keep the goat if we can. But I will use this to just remove something next turn if I need to. Like if I have to ink the goat because we draw another uninkable, then I absolutely will. But I would like to keep inking. And since we don't have the action on Whole New World right now, I think that we have to play like this a little bit. So there's a Beast and a Rise of the Titans to kill the Fishhook, which is reasonable. And then I think they're going to Whole New World now. Most likely. They're debating on it at least. But that's 2 of the Rise of the Titans gone, so our locations go up in value a little bit. We are now out of fish hooks. I think that his problem is if he does it, he's just going to lose the Tinkerbell, and if we draw a Medusa, they just lose their whole board again. Because we can just Rafiki and Mim the Tinkerbell then. So it's not a clear cut, just go for the quest, right? Or go for the Sing. Because we've been bullying their cards enough, like the ones on board, that it is not as clear-cut as you would like, because we have so many Medusas. Well, we did not draw any, unfortunately. Oh, we did draw one. Nice. Do we have a crab? We don't have a crab. Which is unfortunate. But we can do, I think, just Rafiki plus the Tinkerbell. Sorry, Rafiki plus Mim to deal with the Tinkerbell. I think we Medusa here. I think we then quest with Jim. And then we bounce the Medusa. And ink a fox. Or do we ink the snake and then play a fox? Is the fox more useful as a 4? I don't think it matters a ton. But I think if we're going to ink a fox anyway, we may as well ink one of the foxes and then just play the fox to bounce the Medusa here. And then pass, because now we have the Medusa on deck that we can play, and then also play like a Queen's Castle. As long as we remove all of the Jafars from here on out, I think we'll be okay. They do still have one remaining very scary Jafar, but most of the Tinkerbells are gone as well. So we can be relatively wide on the board, and in order for them to answer it, they're going to have to do something like a Long Came Zeus directly, which is fine. So they do that, and then they play Rabbit. So we actually drew a Jim, which is pretty sweet here. I don't think I care that much about this Rabbit, though it does have the ability to sing the Long Come Zeus. They would have to have the other Zeus in their hand immediately. I would like to do an additional thing this turn, like getting a Rabbit or something on board. So we need one more ink, so I think I'm going to play a Rabbit first. So that draws us into this. Oh, we didn't need another ink. We actually didn't need to play the Rabbit. That's fine. So let's play Jim on the Queen's Castle. Let's quest here. I would like to ink, actually. I would still like to ink, I think, because I can put something else in the castle and it makes it more of a priority. I think it'll be one of the foxes, and then we'll put the untapped Rabbit in there and pass. And then if he doesn't have exactly the last Rise of the Titans, I don't think... I guess the other Along Came Zeus could also do it. So it would be attack with the Rabbit and then Along Come Zeus. Can also combo to it. But I don't think there's another way of clearing it. Fire the cannons to clear Jim, sure. But I mean, if this is their whole turn, is just like clearing a little bit of our things but leaving the castle in play, I think that's okay. Yeah, I was mostly debating on whether or not I was, like, how I was going to navigate that, but yeah. I appreciate the manifestation. He's trying to figure out what to ink here, and if he can also remove the Merlin. Plays a blue fairy. And a Jafar. So I unironically think I might cast B-Prep on my turn. But we'll see. We'll see if they decide to attack with the rabbit here or not. I would assume that they will. I guess I can also just kill the Jafar with the Medusa and then hold the B-Prep. Because if they just have Blue Fairy, then we have a good follow-up. Alright, we draw 2 cards. I forgot. I'd really like to kill both of them. Which we could do. Instead of gaining lore. I can Pinocchio the Jafar and trade it with the rabbit. Yeah, I kind of like this line, actually. So let's Pinocchio Jafar. Trade with the rabbit here. We'll draw our extra card and see what that is. It's another Medusa, so we'll play this one. Kill the blue fairy. And then we'll put both of these into the castle and pass. I'd like to keep the snake, but if their play is to just straight Whole New World, then that's okay, because then they only have 5 resources left over. So they did draw the Rise of the Titans, which is good for them. Definitely hurts us a little bit. But we do have an extra Medusa here that we can play on the beast. I think we'll do. And I think I will also quest here, bounce Pinocchio. Play Pinocchio. And then kill the Robin. And then I will ink Rafiki and pass. So the Whole New World decks kind of struggle if all of their shit gets just killed all the time. So the Yzma, shuffling that back in to draw some cards. That makes sense. So they draw a bunch of cards. That's something that I can appreciate. So let's do this first to draw a card. It's a goat, so let's quest. 1, 2, 3, 4. They can go to, I don't think enough to deal with all this. We can just pass, and I think they're just dead. Because they only have 1 more Grab Your Sword left, which clears 1, 2, 3 of our cards. But that's not enough. They can Yzma and clear another one, but I just don't think that there's enough removal left. Alright, so we take game 1. And then I assume Zephyr will be on the play. And I think as long as we manage the game similarly in game 2, we'll be okay. But this deck is very similar to most of the other Whole New World decks, where as long as you're managing their singers and sort of keeping the board relatively clear, they are limited in their choices, and you can kind of control the flow of the game, which I think is important. We don't need all of this draw. The goats are good, but I'd like to keep the teeth. I think this is what we'll mulligan here. And we'll pray that we get a 1-drop. because otherwise our hand is a little rough. I don't necessarily need the rabbit, but on the draw, it's a little sketchier. This very easily could have been sent back for goat instead as well, to keep the goat, but there are some draws that are just a little slower that you have to navigate differently. Not having a 1-drop is unfortunate, but we very well could draw one still. The teeth is going to be good against a blue fairy, however. Get rid of a tiny tink. To play Captain Hook, play a Robin Hood. Okay. So we have a crab. Crab is not awesome here. I doubt that we're going to need this friends on the other side. Let's do this. We are going to struggle a little bit because we're not going to be able to make any real plays before turn 3 when we play this crab, which is unfortunate. Unless we draw something sweet. Cusco isn't bad, actually. That means that we should get rid of one of our bounce things. I'd like to keep Maui in the teeth if we can. I don't think we're going to have an opportunity for the snake to pay dividends. So we'll play this and pass. And one thing that we can, in theory, do next turn is we can crab and hit something, or we can sing, depending upon what is relevant to deal with. So they did shift Robin, and they may just boom our hand, which if they do, it's unfortunate. But such as being on the draw and not being able to interact in time. Ideally, I'd like to play this crab and trade with the Smee with our Cusco. I think that would be our best outcome if they don't do anything other than questing with this. Because A, it draws us a card with the Cusco, but B, it also puts crab into play so that we can do Mim Fox lines to be able to interact with the Robin Hood. Or getting to 5 and being able to do Maui. They grab your sword, our Cusco. Interesting. Okay. Interesting. I guess the play is to... I mean, we're going to play the crab then, I think, no matter what. I'm just debating if I need to keep this Rafiki so that we have a turn 4 where we can, like, play Rafiki and then bounce something that way, but I just don't think that the Rafiki is going to be relevant enough. We'll just play out Crab. I mean, this does protect what they're doing. And if they have a whole new world, like, it guarantees that they can get the 2 off of Smee here. Lanxian, appreciate the follow. Thanks for hanging out. If they have whole new world, like, it makes sense because they're not going to be able to play it anyway. And they don't necessarily need a whole new world that turn. But this does let us put a crab into play. And if they have Smash, sure. Makes sense. Like, they're all in sort of on this Robin Hood, but in 2 turns, like, it's not going to matter. This is one of the reasons that I was actually considering needing the Rafiki. So they did have Whole New World as well. Unfortunately, we lose a Maui there. Oh, they had Rabbit as their other card. Okay, sure. I mean, the Smee is really bad for us right now. But in theory, it'll kill itself in 2 turns, or in 1 more turn. I don't really think these locations are it on the draw here. So it's exactly when it's banished in a challenge they get to draw a card. So we're at the point where the Smee does have only one more ability to quest or exert before it just kills itself, right? Like, unfortunately, we're in this really tough spot where, because we're on the draw, like, we don't have the ability to, like, if they play a beast here, we can't just Medusa it because we're a turn off. If they just cast another Robin, okay. I mean, that is rough. Are they going to sing something to kill our snake? It's possible. Like, we really are going to need to draw Medusas soon here. So they grab your swords. So we're down to 1 grab your swords left in the deck. So if we're able to stabilize at some point... What? Okay. Ridiculous. If we're able to stabilize, then we can be in a pretty good position. Okay, I think we just bash here. Let them draw their card. And then pass. If I can keep this around, I will. But I will also send it to the Inkwell. If none of their things are tapped after this turn, I'm down to use Maui to sing Friends on the other side as well. We have to be aware that there are still 3 big tinks in the deck, or 4 big tinks. He's running the full set. So that is another card that can be problematic for us here. I almost would want another Whole New World because our hand is kind of butt. So the Inca Jafar. Big Tink does take out the snake, but that's fine. Yzma. Okay. Are they wheeling? That would be great. Whole New World, me daddy. Do it. Do it. Do it. Yes. We're giving him a line where we could Maui instead of the Medusa. Since it's tapped, but I think it's just a better play to Medusa. I guess, let's see what he discarded. He doesn't draw a card if I just kill it with the Medusa, I suppose. And along came Zeus. He doesn't draw a card, which is nice. Kind of down for that. Do we need to start questing? I don't think so. Hold it back for another turn. One of the things with this Maui that I might need to do is deal with Jafar. Potentially, but I don't know, we'll see. I mean, if he just plays a Jafar, like, that can be tricky. We're be preparedless right now. I mean, yeah, there's some avenue where, yeah, this is only the first Medusa in our deck, so he doesn't necessarily know that we don't have any. And this is playing into Be Prepared as well. Like, there's not really much that he can do if we have a B prep here, which we do. I don't think I'm going to use it. I think I'm just going to Maui the Yzma and wait for him to play Beast. He just draws cards, though, which is really unfortunate. If he has another Whole New World, the The blue fairy is really awkward for us here because we don't have the claw or the hook. So if I B-prep this board and he plays beast, we don't really have an answer for it. We can ink Rafiki or Jim. Either way I think is fine. We can ink Rafiki. We can just Maui the Yzma. And then... like, I would really like to snake... maybe we snake our snake and keep the Medusa back. No, because then he knows that we have snake. Like, if I put Medusa in my hand, they're almost certainly just going to wheel. But I guess that's fine. Like, we'll just do it like this, because then if they do Whole New World, like, obviously we wouldn't love that, but they have a full grip, and all we're losing is a Be Prepared, and we can very easily just draw into more Medusas. But we'll see. I mean, maybe it's not great. I mean, Big Tink is fine here for us, though. It doesn't do much. It just draws a card. It draws 2 cards. Like, this is a better board for us to B-prep, even though they drew 2 cards, though. Because he doesn't know that we have a Be Prepared. But now this removes 2 of the the blue fairies off the board as well. I mean, it's not awesome. Don't get me wrong. I think we ink Jim. Jim is kind of mid. I think we do this, and then we say go. And we might just lose to Jafar here, unironically. Like, just playing a Jafar straight up is not awesome for us. Just draws cards, and has a Tinkerbell. Has a lot of cards going. We don't have a ton of cards of our own. I think our play is to Pinocchio the rabbit, just play Maui and take it out. Let them draw their card and pass. Like, we're behind on ink as well, which is not great because we missed a turn of inking. I don't remember which turn we missed, but probably has to do with, oh, it was this turn, because we didn't have, no, we inked Jim. I don't know where we fucked that up. So we lose a Pinocchio. We can still take out this Tinkerbell. So many cards in their hand, which is not ideal. Like, what I need is a bounce of some sort, so that we can start drawing cards with this. Oh, that's not great for us. Kind of needed that Maui. Ugh, I really want to ink. Alright, we'll pass. I really want to ink that, but I think we may end up needing it. So there's a beast. Is this it? Is this all we're committing to try and get us to play the Medusa? It's a Robin. Is that all the Robins? 1, 2, 3, 4. So they don't have another Robin to threaten. So this isn't actually lethal. Realistically. Like, we can Medusa here, bounce this, and then let them do this again, but I feel like that's a mistake. As well. They don't have a shift for the Robin. And the Tinkerbell on its own is just 2, so they'll go to 17. They don't have any goats. They don't have anything with direct lore gains. So they'll go to 17. I think that's actually fine. Let's quest here, and we'll snake the rabbit and draw a card. And then we'll play Medusa on the beast. I really need to fucking ink. Like, we're limiting ourselves in being able to do one thing a turn. It's really shitty. I need to be able to do a second thing in a turn. Like, just playing a snake is not it. Just playing a B-prep and passing is not it either. So they go to 17. The problem is that we're very short on being able to actually draw enough cards to be able to win here. Like, playing this does nothing post-combat. I guess I can open up crab lines as well. Okay. Okay, so we do this. We play this and pass. If they just, like, slam Jafar, like, we're in a really bad spot here. But they very well could have just a lot of removal in their hand. Double Beast. Another B-prep would be good here. That's not enough to deal with the other beast, so they're going to go to 19, which fucking sucks. There's no way that I can work around that either. So I guess it's just Medusa. I think we have to ink the fishhook and play a rabbit. 'Cause I just don't think that the fishhook on its own is going to be enough. The second fishhook maybe, but we need to like win the game, and they're drawing. They have too many cards for our one B prep to keep up with, because we only have one left. It looks like we might lose this one because we were on the draw, but that happens. So here's a Jafar, so it is literally B prep or bust. Or rip Maui. Maui would be able to do it. 3, 5. Yeah, Maui could clear this if they don't play another card. Without the Maui, we don't have enough damage. So I guess it's still just B prep or bust. Hit here. I guess hit here. Crab can't do it because it's not enough, because we can't deal with this and this, right? Because we can play this evasive crab and we can kill the Jafar, but we don't have enough to kill the beast. With what we've got. Like, we needed the crab a turn earlier. No, that wouldn't have mattered. It had to be Maui that turn. Okay, so they got us. Alright, we'll go to game 3. Yeah, it would have been, but we needed to... Okay, so, like, if we play the rabbit and we get the... and we get the Be Prepared, we get to gain a little bit more lore. And we needed to actually win the game, too. Which was my thought. Because then we don't have to attack in at all. We get to quest instead. So, these are not good. The Pinocchio is okay, but not great. And the castle's unnecessary here. Hello? Fucking seriously? This hitbox needs to be fixed. We keep these for ink, and then we can get rid of these other 5. Wow, okay. Given this draw... I guess we get rid of this. And then pass. Yeah, I was playing to try and win, not to just not die that turn. Like you're right, drawing into the dragon would have allowed me to play the dragon and then clear the board. But then all we have is dragon, and then we're just in the same situation the turn after, which is not great no matter what. You know, it's kind of just a crapshoot either way. The Maui is very good. Goats are generally pretty good in this matchup, but I think the Maui is more useful. And I think that the Cuzco plus the crab can be useful here as well, depending upon if they want to shift here. We'll have to see. The blue fairy is annoying, because there's not really much that we can do about it. So we play the Maleficent. We don't have a ton of ink is the problem. So if I bounce the Cuzco, that doesn't really help us anyway. I'm just going to play the crab. And then pass. Because now, if our opponent decides to shift the Robin and not Whole New World, or just shift the Robin and Quest or whatever, well, if they shift in Whole New World, then, you know, our hand doesn't matter, but we have the ability to Fox and just trade with it if we need to. We are going to need to get this blue fairy off the board sooner than later. So that's one of the Titans. So they did have the shift. We didn't have an answer to the blue fairy, which is unfortunate. They could use this to remove the crab entirely if they sing Titan, or Zeus rather. Okay, so they kill our crab. They gain lore there. This is really unfortunate. So I have a couple of lines that I can take here. The one that I should have done last turn instead of playing the crab is play the fox to bounce the Cuzco. To make sure that we had ink available. Since we didn't do that, I think I have to just suicide this to draw a card. We have Maui, and we have the Medusa to follow this up, to interact with the board. They might Whole New World here. They may kill our rabbit, I don't know. They play Jafar, which will likely remove with the Medusa. We could also remove it with the Fox, too. Is an option. Okay, so if he cares that much about the Jafar, they likely, like, okay, so then that means that they're keeping this back to protect it from whatever bullshit I would be looking to do. So then given that, I think we want to kill the Jafar so that it's just off the table. I'm just debating on whether or not I want to like sing with the rabbit and draw a bunch of cards, because if they have Whole New World, that's really awkward. Or if we just bounce the rabbit to draw a little bit of cards. We could also keep the rabbit in play and then just bounce the Pinocchio. And just not quest this turn. Yeah, I think that's actually fine. So let's bounce the Pinocchio. We'll Jafar here. And then I don't think that I sing this turn, because the cards that are important in this matchup are like Be Prepared, Medusa, like things of that nature. And if I draw cards unnecessarily here, and then they Whole New World, it's just wasteful. It's unnecessary. I can draw until double Be Prepared, and then all of a sudden we just don't have them in our deck anymore. Whereas if I wait and choose not to do that here, which is what I did, then I can still do this next turn if I need to, but it gives me more options this turn. Or if they Whole New World us. Unfortunately, our hand is very good. So we are losing some good cards, but there's not really much that we can do about that in this spot. So they play another Robin Hood. They lost. They did have the Jafar shift. And they lost a Tinkerbell. So we drew the Teeth and Ambitions a little late, but we did draw one. We could sing Teeth here. And then just like remove one of these with the Medusa. To get the blue fairy off the table so they stop drawing extra cards. I think that's fine. Do this, and then play this. Unfortunately, we're still a little resource starved. We really needed these, like, the cards that we had in our hand were very good. So it is unfortunate that they had the Whole New World, but also not that surprising, given the lines of play that they took to play the Jafar to set up for this one. Because they could have, in theory, done a double Whole New World if they drew into one with the other Robin, which is why he decided to hold it back. That's what made me prioritize removing it. But as long as we're able to keep inking and still play most of our game plan to kind of keep the board as clear as possible, I think we're still in an okay position. I would like to get this off the board. And I'd like to keep the Medusa alive for another turn so that we can potentially bounce it. If our opponent doesn't remove this rabbit this turn, it is entirely possible that I play this location plus the Fox to bounce the rabbit. That's 2 Rise of the Titans now. So our hooks are a lot better. So they played a blue fairy. They might be looking to Whole New World again. Interesting. I don't think that was really that good. I mean, I guess now they have 2 blue fairies, and we don't have a great answer for them. But what if we drew into B-Prep this turn? Unfortunately, we didn't. But that was a possibility here, is that we draw into B-Prep. And then we just get to easily kill their blue fairies. So we do need a way to answer these. Like, sooner than later. Wish I had 1 more ink. That would be, like, the ideal number, I think. Because at 1 more, we could do Fishhook plus Maui, which I think would be quite strong. We can have our Medusa kill one of these blue fairies, and we can just double trade into the Robin. And then we can save the Fox to try and bounce the Medusa later. That's a possibility. We could just Maui it now, and then we leave both blue fairies. That seems really not great. We've already inked, right? Yeah, so we have 2 turns before we can do that. But we can maybe Fishhook one of these. What if we keep the board mostly clear and stop the majority of their draw? Because if they play two shifts, or if they even play 1 shift next turn, it's like really not great for us. Because they draw 2 cards off of it, which kind of sucks. But if we don't have this Medusa, like, we can't answer a beast either. Which is unfortunate. So it could be Maui, we bash here, or we just bash with these 2. I think we maybe hold Maui back. Because we still have Pinocchio in the deck as well, right? Yeah. That is also an option. Is that better? So that's all of their blue fairies, right? No, they'd still have 1 left. Ugh, that is the worst draw. I mean, it's not the worst draw, it's just really awkward. Because now we just, like, don't know. I just got a message. What is the message? Oh, it's nothing. Okay. I don't necessarily want them to know that I have the B-Prep. So I think I'm going to let them draw the card. I'm going to play the Medusa. I'm going to hit a blue fairy. And then I'm going to play this. And see if they'll commit a little bit more into the Be Prepared. They may not, you know. So they played a beast, they draw a card. Our optimal scenario here actually is that they quested this blue fairy so that we can remove it off the board with the Fishhook. I think that would be our best case scenario here. They might have a Smee. Okay, they have a Smee. They did quest with it. So this board does look pretty B-preppable. But we could also just Maui it. Then they get to draw an extra card with Beast, which is a problem. Which I'm not really super thrilled about. So I think we just do this. And then we quest out here. Is that all of our Medusas? No, we still have one, so we have to be a little bit more conservative with the last one. But this is going to be unexpected for them, I think. So let's quest out. And then we'll B-prep. And then pass. So they do still have a lot of cards. Let's see. Let's draw a location. That would be great. Or a rabbit. Either a location or a rabbit would be a good pickup here. We drew a Medusa. Okay. So what if we play the Medusa? What if we play the Medusa on the Smee? And then I just develop the Fishhook and pass. Because it's unlikely that they're going to want to blast the board. But they did kill our final Medusa, which is unfortunate. There's a world where I should have scooped it back up there. But I don't think that they're expecting the Maleficent to just be here to boom their beast. Unfortunately, I don't think that we can ink here. We can, actually. How many Mauis have we used? One. We've used one. I think I can actually ink a Maui. So how many beasts is that then? At least 2 of them. So we have a world now where we can start playing, like bouncing and playing Maleficent as well. We can go to 5. But I think it's going to be better to have the Maleficent in hand, but also draw 2 cards. And then we can get rid of the crab. Do this. And then B-prep. And then pass. So we are running out of answers, but they are somewhat limited on their threats that matter. 1, 2 of their whole new worlds are gone. 1 Tinkerbell, 2 Robins, 3 Robins are gone. So they're getting to the point where their cards that are valuable are like Jafar. But we have an answer in hand for something like a Jafar. 1 Zeus is gone already. If they had Zeus, they probably would have used it already. So they play a Jafar. They play 2 Jafars. which we can answer both of. Right? Because we don't want him to be able to shift wheel, basically, is our thought. How many smashes do they have left? I have to bring up their deck again. They have 1 smash, 1 baboom, and 1 fire the cannons in their deck. So they could grab your swords and something else, but they would be pretty limited to be able to destroy this, I think. So we blow that up. We teeth the other one. And then we pass. How many bounces do we have left? 1, 2, 3, 4. So we still have 4 bounces for this Maleficent as well. So they run out of Beast, and then they friends on the other side. So the Beast is problematic, so we are going to need an answer to that. It's only free if you have a Maui in play. Otherwise it costs 2. So we'll play a couple of rabbits, and I guess we'll play a goat, and then just pass. I don't think that questing with the Maleficent makes a ton of sense, because if he does shift a Robin, the final Robin, then that's not great for us. I think we have to let them have the Beast for a turn. But we are out of juice, so... like, what we have is what's there. That's 12, isn't it? I guess that would work. So we have to deal with the Jafar now. So we will do that. So we'll deal with the Jafar. I think I just quest with everything from here. I don't know how many grab your swords they have left. Looks like 2. And 1 along came Zeus. And then that's basically the removal suite outside of Tinkerbell's. So it's 1 Zeus, 2 grab your swords, because they've used the smash, the fire the cannons, and the baboom, correct? Fire the cannons, baboom, and I believe that they inked the smash, but I could be wrong, I guess. So they did have the shift Robin. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's debating if we can try to gain some more lore. Or if he should just sing the whole new world now. He sings grab your sword now. Does he have double grab your sword? Oh, that's super risky. So I get to draw a bunch of cards. A bounce would be very nice here. They have 12 cards left to our 16. Like, I don't even have to sing it. I can just cast the Be Prepared, right? And I think I have to. And then play the crab. Because I can't really let him have the Jafar. Because even though he can't double wheel me, he would still be able to go to 2... 6. So that put him at 8, and then this would be 9. I think it's too much. Then he might actually have the ability to close before he mills. So I think I just quest here, B prep, and then play crab. And give the crab evasive, I suppose. And then pass. And then if it's just a Jafar or a Whole New World, that's fine. He only has 4 cards remaining. Like, as long as I don't overdraw, I can just try to keep the board under control, and I don't think he can win before he draws the last few cards. So you may. So I can kill the Jafar, or I can kill the Blue Fairy. I should kill the Jafar. I can leave the Blue Fairy because I don't care if he's drawing cards here. So let's do that. We play the Pinocchio. We do this. Sure. I don't need this anymore. So it doesn't really do anything. But I play Jim on the Queen's Castle. I can move him to it. We can draw a little bit of cards. I play the other Queen's Castle. And then I think I just play my hand minus the snake, and then I pass. And then we're either going to win on them not having the ability to close in 3 turns, or just from our board, which is the idea. I don't know if Zeph is looking at his deck size, or if he's looking for something specific. He's got Yzma to shuffle stuff in. So let's just kill him. I mean, go out on your own terms, right? I can appreciate that. But we'll take it. We were able to control the board just long enough to be able to stay alive. We got a report here. So we were on the play, and we won. And then we were on the draw, and we lost. And then we were on the play, and we won. Okay, so I don't necessarily think that he played that bad at all. We were able to leverage the dragon and the be prepareds in the situations that made the most sense for us. To be able to use the resources that we had to be able to survive. And then that was good enough. So now we are going to be facing up against, I believe, DeCandio. Let me double check the information here. Or DeCando, rather. Yes, we are at table 1, and we are paired against DeCando. So, wow, this is a stacked top 4. Holy. Okay. Okay, So let's look at the deck that we're facing here. So what is left? So this one is gone. So Ferrante's still around. This one is gone, which means Moy is still around. This one is gone. And this is me. And this is Zepha. So we're facing a pretty standard Whole New World Steel Amber deck, like a Steel Song. Yeah, this top four, right? So the ways that I lose this the most are if my opponent gets the majority of their lanterns and then is able to Whole New World without discarding too many of them, and then just get a decent amount of shifts, you know, getting the Stitch plus a couple of things, or getting a lot of really easy songs, that can be a huge problem for us. If my opponent is able to bare necessities and strip a Be Prepared in a spot where we desperately need it, that can be problematic. And then if our opponent just Whole New Worlds and we just drew all of our Be Prepareds, you know, that can also be problematic. I think the issue is that our deck does not close very quickly, which we have seen several times here. With any Whole New World deck, we're just trying to keep them off as many of their singing shift lines as possible. The problem being that they have so many very good characters for shifting that it makes it a lot more challenging to do that than it ever has been. Because Robin Hood is just one of the best shifts that we've seen in a while. You know, the Surfer Stitch is also still insane. It's going to come down to the lanterns a little bit. Because if you... Yeah, why lose when you can win? You're absolutely right. Like, instead of losing, just win. So we'll try to draw well. We will try to bully their early shift targets where we can. If we can play a Rafiki with a Pinocchio in our hand, it does keep, you know, Cinderella, Stitch, Robin Hood, like it keeps these a little bit more under control, and can lead us into the sort of additional turns, right? And if we're able to manage that, then, you know, then we might be okay. I think one of the issues with our deck, the way that it's constructed, is because we don't close the game very quickly, because most of our things quest for one, unless we have something like a gym plus this, or we have enough ways of keeping them off their cards, like keeping them kind of low resource, right? Because they don't have a lot of draw in this deck. Like, they have a little bit here, and then they have the Whole New World. So if we can keep them off of their early resources and not give them great Rapunzel value... Yeah, thanks for hanging out, Ghostly. I'll have it up on YouTube later, or you can always catch the VOD. I mean, here's the thing. These decks lose to themselves sometimes. And Whole New World can help as much as it can harm, as long as you don't have the ability to sing it. So it becomes this issue of... like, Are we able to ink every turn? Because that's the most important thing. Like, drawing cards is a lot less important in the first few turns than it is in some other matchups. They don't have an incredible amount of go-wide removal. You know, they have a little bit of Tinkerbell, but they don't have any shift for it. So we don't really have to worry about the, you know, shift 3 Tinkerbell fighting our stuff. And they don't have a ton of things that remove locations. Gym on 5 has some potential value as long as we're keeping up on the rest of the board. So Pinocchio is going to have a lot of value, even if it's just Pinocchio on 3 or 4, just to bully one of their things. I think that's okay. I think the scariest card in this matchup for me is either the Robin Hood or the Stitch off of a shift, right? So it's these goons leading into just a shifted 5 that is very large and is hard for us to deal with until we get to, say, turn 5 or turn 6, when we can kind of combine a couple of cards together or just use a Medusa to take it out. So through the early few turns and the mid game, like, these are the things that we have to be looking out for. It's not going to be very easy, yeah. Teeth is an okay option to destroy one of these, but if, for example, they, you know, play one and then on turn 2 they lantern and play another one, like, I don't know what my target would need to be in responding to that. Because they can shift a Stitch, they can shift a Robin, either one. Like, it opens up, they have a lot of lines open to them then. And we don't have enough ways of threatening the Robin Hood and the Stitch, and to some extent the Ariel to refuel, as we maybe did in other versions of the deck. And we also don't put enough pressure on for them to have to commit to doing it right away either. You know, Robin Hood has enough health that if we're ever in combat, that they can heal something with Rapunzel. It's a 3/6. That's huge. That's bigger than any other character that they have here except for the Stitch as far as toughness. So the Robin Hood with Rapunzel is very scary for us. So it's something that, like, it's tough. Okay. Yeah, we'll wait a second. Decando's ready, but we'll wait a second for them to let us know that we're good to go. So anybody that's just tuning in, if you would like to catch the games, you can always catch them on the VODs, or I do have my YouTube. I even have a command for it, and I don't even know. Let's find out. Whatever, I'll just link it in chat. You can always catch my stuff here. I will upload even just the VODs there as well. So the stuff that's left is, this is what we're fighting, and then it is the Blue Steel, which has been just chewing through everybody today, with the McDuck Manors, and then Ferrante on a version of this that's running some Dragonfires and some Surfers still. So I think that the Dragonfires will help in this matchup over the Medusas, certainly. Dragonfiring a Gaston or Dragonfiring a Beast is also good in, you know, where the Medusa can hit the Beast, it can't always necessarily hit something like the Gaston. Yeah, but it's Blue Steel and Red Purple is what's left. And this Blue Steel list is pretty scary. They don't have, like, an incredible amount of removal, but our deck is just slow enough that the bit of removal that they have is good. And the Gaston lines up a little awkwardly with a lot of our removal things, and as long as they ramp and then are able to just, like, slam a couple of these in a turn, it's hard to get rid of all of them in the same go, right? So that's sort of the way that they close, as opposed to Bell, which does die to Medusa. The McDuck Manor is a an alternative way of navigating that. All right, let's go join. That is not it. Let's go join into our game here. All right, so we'll see if we get the play or the draw. Obviously, the draw would be worse. Play would be great. We have luckily been on the play twice so far, which has been very good for us. But we'll battle either way. Rafiki is notably a lot worse on the draw in this matchup if they lead out on Cindy. All right, we got the play. We take those. So I'd rather be in the draw on the Swiss all day. And then be on the play later. So we don't have a 1-drop here. Goat is good in this matchup. I will keep the Kuzco if we don't hit another thing. It's something that we'll probably want. Maui is also good in this matchup. I think this is going to be our mulligan. To try and hit a 1-drop, which we did not, which is unfortunate. Yikes, that's a rough draw. And we lose out on a Be Prepared as well. Well, we'll do what we can to make it work. I'll probably hold on to the gym. I'm going to get rid of the second snake, I think. I mean, Jim's pretty far off from being functional, so we'll just get rid of it. Alright, we'll play Kuzco on 2. If we don't really have much for answers to what they're doing, we'll just play Goat on 4, potentially. Okay, so they ink one of their Robin Hood goons. Hey, take note. Appreciate the follow. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Okay, so they do that and then they pass. I like Maui in this matchup quite a bit. And I don't really think that we're going to have time for all of these snakes before we get our hand scrubbed away, most likely. But I think one of these Mauis is likely going to go into the bin at some point anyway. We can hold off on it for this turn and get rid of one of our snakes. I may even snake this Kuzco and then play the other snake next turn, depending upon what our ink situation looks like, because it may give us a better line towards, playing Goat and still keeping the Mauis. Because in a matchup like this, I actually don't hate just having a Maui on the field on turn 5 on the play, because it makes most of the shift lines pretty awkward, because then we already have a Maui in play. So ink a beast, that's 1 Robin Goon, 1 beast. And they did hit a lantern into a 1-drop, so that's not good for us. Because they wouldn't have played this way if they didn't have a shift. Oh, they played a Cindy. So we could opt to remove the Cindy with our Kuzco But then we're just, like, not doing anything for this turn. Feels pretty bad. I think I'd rather do this. And we can hold on to the teeth for a turn. To potentially hit something here. Or whatever they end up playing. The Lantern is not great for us, though. This is probably the best card in their deck against what we're doing, because it just propels them ahead without us really gaining any advantage outside of that, which can be really unfortunate. If they play another card and then get rid of our Mim Snake, this is going to be really awkward. Yeah, that was something that I was concerned about. That's unfortunate. So we're about to lose our board here, and that is not good. We have no way of stopping the aerial, and we also can't stop a shift here or here without, like, just overtaxing ourselves. Playing the Rafiki and teething it just isn't, that isn't it, right? So we're just going to play the Goat and pass, and we'll see what they do. Maybe they don't have a whole new world yet, and they just have some of the shift lines, and they're playing towards, you know, Ariel finding it, and it just didn't. And then we just have to play towards the board a little bit for a turn. And if we do get another turn out of this, then it opens up our Mauis, which would be nice. We have kept up on ink, which is also important in this matchup. If they're inking Surfer, that means either they have an extra Surfer or they're looking just to play Cinderella here. That's really bad for us. They just have all the pieces. And they're gonna just challenge our Goat. I'm surprised they didn't just attack the Goat there instead of using a spell. Well, that was a fucking disaster. I don't believe that that could have gone worse for us. So we have a couple of options. We can play Crab and then shoot the Stitch to keep them off of the Stitch shift lines, I guess. That is something, at least. Because playing a rabbit just is not it. Because drawing into... drawing into Be Prepared is a disaster, right? Because we... next turn, maybe, but right now we don't have the ability to actually cast Be Prepared for a few rounds. So if we use these rabbits to try and draw into it to get out of this situation, we can very easily just be destroyed by Bare Necessities off the top. There's another Lantern. Like, again, these Lanterns are the actual worst cards for us, because it allows them to play so much farther ahead than what we have access to. So there's another Along Came Zeus, and then they quest for 3, putting them up to 4. So I guess we'll play this. We'll draw a card. We'll play a Rafiki and pass. This is just the best card of the deck, and it's just not fucking close. We just, like, don't have a way of interacting with the lanterns, and it just puts them infinitely far ahead. It's good that they didn't kill the rabbit here, because it gives us the option of getting towards Be Prepared as much as we can. I mean, we can draw 2 cards, right? Jesus. Like, what can we do? Just perish. He has had it all, so we perish. I don't have any problem with him emoting. Doesn't bother me. I don't even think it's a BM. I think he understands where we're at here. Like, it's be prep or bust. Okay. Alright, we run it back. We go first. Steel Song. I mean, it isn't a matchup problem. Our draw was bad. Like, actively not good. We literally didn't have we didn't play a single card that did anything until turn, like, 4. Like, we played Kuzco on 2 into a snake. We're just, like, not playing the game at that point, right? I really feel like we're going to need to mulligan a lot of this. We just have bad draws. Sometimes you lose. Like, this draw also looks really bad. Well, I guess we perish. It's fine. It's fine. We did our best. But sometimes you draw bad, and then you lose. I literally don't think that we can teeth this Robin. Like, I don't... Maybe we have to, though. Like, this is why I don't like over-mulliganing. I fucking hate over-mulliganing. I hate it. I absolutely hate it. And the way that I built this deck is just not good. This deck needs so many more 1-drops because it doesn't play the game if you don't have one. So it's just built wrong. And it tilts me to no end. There's, like, nothing that I can do about it now, because it's what we offered in the tournament, but it's just built wrong. We do this to draw a card. Sick. Appreciate the follows, guys. Thanks for hanging out. Sorry our finish is such a fucking disaster, but literally none of that matters. The bare necessities is irrelevant. The Steel Song playing its game, all of that is irrelevant. If you go back and watch this, our draws have been non-functional. So if you don't have a functional draw, it doesn't matter what cards your opponent is playing. We would have lost against any deck. The Steel Song is irrelevant to this equation. We are losing to every deck in this scenario. He literally didn't bare necessity us at all last game. At all. All he did was play characters and then kill us. That's it. It was just play a character every turn until we're dead. So when you draw like shit, which we have, then sometimes that happens. There's nothing you can do about it. That is the variance that is the game. Even if a matchup is 90-10 or 80-20, sometimes that 10% or 20% happens and then you lose, you know? Such is life. We could still win this game. Their draw could be equally terrible. Yeah, like their hand also looks pretty mid. Like our worst case scenario is that they just like ink again and then they use their Cindy to just they just shift their Cindy and then all of a sudden they have a fucking Cindy. Like that looks like what's gonna happen here. Their hand might be all Rapunzels. If I use the friends on this rabbit, we may end up in a spot where where they just get to draw 2 cards off Rapunzel, but I don't think there's anything I can do about that. I don't think we need this. Maybe I just do this. I don't know. Like, if they draw 2 cards with another Rapunzel, they draw 2 cards with another Rapunzel. There's not really anything I can do about it. Like, what is my alternative? I play a rabbit? Like, that's also pretty crap. At least this makes them have to do something. Hey, Level Up Gaming. Thanks for hanging out. You never know, which is why we're continuing to play. After looking at this opener, I was ready to just concede. But we can still play the game, because you just never know. Like, if they can sing Whole New World here, they almost certainly will. And the reason being is that like our hand is bad. They'll probably do it next turn because we don't have any cards that can get rid of Cindy here. Like there's nothing to punish their Cinderella in our deck. This is out. So they can Whole New World next turn because like they know that we have to be prepped to kill this. I think I'm just gonna Medusa the Rapunzel and pass. There's nothing that I can do. If our hand is awkward with B-preps, it's awkward with B-preps. For all Decando knows, our whole hand was full of rabbits. Or Pinocchios, right? Like, those are both potential outcomes. Like, we may lose this Medusa. There's nothing I can do about that either. Queen's Castle still alive, hanging in there. Alright, I guess we just B-prep, huh? Awkward hand is awkward, but sometimes their hand is awkward too, you know? And that's always the rub. Let the storm rage on to draw a card. Sure. They're probably trying to set up for a Whole New World turn. Let's play a rabbit. I'd like to end with something in the castle, ideally. I don't think I need to draw any more cards. I think I'm just going to ink this fox, leave the rabbit in play, and then put the fishhook in. And then pass. Because I assume that this is Whole New World. But if it's not, like, we're in an okay position here. Draw, draw. Could kill the Cindy with the Maleficent. Don't know if that's necessary. I guess it protects our Queen's Castle to do this. Because then they can't just kill the Queen's Castle. It also puts another clock. So even if they draw into the Whole New World, it doesn't necessarily solve the problem. A Maui and a B prep. So we could kill this with the B prep, so then our Queen's Castle lives. This is 3, 4, 5. This is to 15. We lose our Maleficent then, which is kind of awkward. I'd rather just do some stuff. If they want to kill the Queen's Castle at this point, I think it's okay. Let's just play this. We don't really need to draw more cards. Necessarily. Let's just do that to present lethal in 2 ways, or more than 1 way. Grab your sword, grab your sword. And then dead. Okay. Alright, that was a game of cards of Lorcana. We'll go on the draw. Both teams fought hard. I mean, of course I'm gonna play the game. You never know, right? I'm going to play it out at this point, but being on the draw in this matchup is dramatically worse than being on the play. But you never know. They could have a bad hand again. Put this back in. We can put a gym back in. We can ink the Rafiki. And then maybe play a goat. Well, we'll mulligan 3. So I don't want to draw too much nonsense, but sounds okay. If I lead on Mini, then I can play the snake. And as long as they don't run out 3 things, I can always teeth something as well instead of playing the snake. I think the Rafiki's the first ink for sure, though. More than likely here. But not a bad hand. Something that we can manage with, at least. We'll see what they do. Maybe their hand has 1 uninkable, or 1 inkable, and the rest of them are uninkable. Who knows? Looks like they have at least a couple options. I mean, I won't play into Cindy Storm because I'm just going to get rid of the Rafiki. Like, I won't run out Rafiki if they run out Cindy. I'll run out the 1-3. And we are 1-1, Specimen. So this is our last game. Decando's on the play. Thank you, Colombian, just in case they're not hearing the voice. Appreciate that. So I'm certainly going to bounce this back to my hand now. Let's see what their 2-drop is. It's a Lantern. It's unfortunate. Mini. Can quest for 1. I think we remove the Kuzco. We play the Snake, bounce it, and pass. Yeah, this is the worst card against or for us, I think. It just gives them a lot more velocity. Ramp is rough for red-purple when they have Whole New World, because it just allows them to break the parity of Whole New World. Hopefully they don't Strength of a Raging Fire us here by playing 2 things again, which they could do. Obviously we want to bounce this no matter what, because it already had 2 damage on it, so it was dead to let the Storm Rage on anyway. A second one. Bare Necessities is fine. I don't actually care if they take Be Prepared here. They very well might take this instead. Just so that we don't have it. They could take Teeth too. I mean, there's a lot of cards in our hand that they have access to. They could take the Hook. Fuck, they could take everything. Most of our hand is non-creature. So they take Teeth. That makes sense, because now we don't have the ability to threaten any of their cards, realistically. Do we just run out the Fish Hook? Probably. They can shift this Cindy next turn, which is not great. But if we play the Hook, we can Maui off the top then. I think I pass. My assumption is that they're trying to protect this because they have the Shift Cindy. And if that's the case, like, our hand kind of sucks anyway, so if they do Whole New World, it doesn't matter. But now if we rip a Maui, we can actually trade with their Cindy because we have the Fish Hook in play. Yeah, Skippy, I mean, I'd already been planning on the 0 to Hero. Like, I had Pavel reset my my account down to Wood 5 again, so this month I'm going to grind it all the way back up to Grandmaster. Okay, this is fine. We really quite desperately need to draw a Maui. Or no Maui, that's also something. Damn, that's a shame. That is a fucking shame. I guess we can't cast Maui this turn anyway, so it didn't matter. I don't know what I was thinking there. We wouldn't have been able to do it anyway. I thought we had one more, because they were shifting this for 5, but of course they had Lantern. We haven't missed an ink, right? We didn't fuck that up somehow. So we need to deal this 7, and we don't have that right now. Like, we can play the Goat and then pass. We can quest here too. If they want to just challenge the Snake directly, I think I'm okay with that. I think we can quest here, because if they sing a song, they can challenge them anyway. Yeah, like the goat can trade into Cindy pretty well with the fishhook, of course. Obviously Maui's a little bit cleaner, but any of these can trade into it. We just didn't have the resources to do it. Last turn is the problem. If they remove all of the characters off our board, we're also still one short of doing Fishhook plus Fox. It's just really awkward. The Cindy's kind of bullying us. They just quest. Interesting. Let's see. So they play a Beast. And they play a Robin. So they're likely going to be able to shift the Robin. So I can trade the goat into the Cindy. And then they still have the Robin and the Beast. Beast drawing them cards. Nothing I can do about that for right now. Because I just don't have the resources to play enough things to be able to use this buff and then also tap something. Unless I want to tap the Robin. So maybe that's what I do, is I use a Pinocchio on the Robin Hood. Like I play this, and the... Okay, I like that. All right, so let's do this. We'll take out the Cindy. We'll leave them basically just with Beast. So we'll Pinocchio here on the Robin. We'll hit this, and then we'll play out a 1-drop and pass. I don't love that they have Beast, obviously drawing an extra card. But it does make Whole New World a little worse. And I don't really think we have another choice. We have to do that. Big Tink is awkward for us here. Because it kills our snake for free, which is unfortunate. Like, if the Beast takes any damage, then our Snake is very good against the Beast. If it's still alive. We'll see what they play. You know, it depends. Like, if they play something like Robin, I don't really care that much, right? Bare Necessities, it whiffs, but it gives information. He now knows that I have a Pinocchio and a Fox to be able to interact. It depends on how strong he thinks that hand is, on whether he's going to try to Whole New World here or whatever. But it does limit their resources a little bit this turn. So they remove Strength of the Raging Fire, so I don't think they have time to cast it. They could play another Beast, which limits our options to try and to just remove one of them. Yep. I don't think that they're going to quest with Beast. No, this is the same one. This is the top 4. So he might be looking at doing just a pass. Okay. So we play Kuzco into the Inkwell. I would like to remove one of these beasts, at least, with the Pinocchio. But we can quest as well. We can use this snake and then this snake. It'll allow us to have a snake in play still, which I think has merit. I can't quite deal with both of them, right? I can buff here. That leaves us with 4. We have to Pinocchio. That leaves us with 2. Yeah, we just don't have the resources to take out both, but we can take out one. So I think what we'll do is we'll quest with Pinocchio. We'll snake the Pinocchio. We'll play the Pinocchio on one of the beasts. We will give this enough strength to hit it, and then we'll destroy it here. And then I think that I will quest with our Minnie Mouse and pass. So again, if they want to just attack with their beasts into my mouse, I think that's fine. But I'd like to try and gain some lore, so that if we do get to the point of a whole new world, that we can actually try to close out the game. Tries to appreciate the follow. Hey Sasuke, how are you? Appreciate the follow. Welcome everybody. They inked a bare necessities because it's not good here. Makes sense. So that's all of their bare necessities. So now our Be Prepareds are pretty well live. I don't know. It's just how it be. There's a lot of people that I assume that I'm following and I'm just not. Like, I just find them in other ways, you know? So Ariel whiffs. I don't believe that they have any ability to remove items in their deck. So the hook is very strong for us. I'd like to remove this beast on my next turn, one way or another. So I think that I'm going to. We can just play Pinocchio. I can play Pinocchio on the beast. I can buff here. Just remove the beast. So that's no longer a problem. So that's most of our Pinocchios. Questing doesn't necessarily make a ton of sense unless we're looking at bouncing our cards. Which we probably should bounce the Always Classy here. We should bounce one of these, I suspect, just to put this into play, and then have an ink for next turn. I really quite like the dragon, but I don't think that we're going to have this hand to be able to get to 9, since we didn't play the rabbit this turn, basically. So I think I am going to quest here. Possibly with both, actually. And then we'll put the mini back in our hand for ink, and then pass. So the reason that I'm doing this is if they want to use their Robin just to attack our Pinocchio, I think that's okay, because we can crack back and kill it with our Mim, and we still have our rabbit to draw some cards. Like, we're able to leverage this fish hook pretty well. There's a world where it may have been better to bounce a Pinocchio and replay it that turn to be able to tap the aerial. Did I have enough resources to do that? To tap both would have been 4. No, but my fish hook wouldn't have been strong enough then. Or I was just a little bit too short because our fish hook has been costing 2 each turn. Which is still fine, but that is just something to be aware of. Okay, so they grab your sword, which is not surprising. And then they strength our fox. Yes, if I was going to do what I did, I should have bounced and done the mini first. Because then I could have kept the other thing. This is a good draw, though. I think I'll play the Medusa. Hit the Robin. We'll let him keep the aerial over the Robin, obviously. I could ink this, or I could play it. If I play it, it's good against the aerial with the hook. But if I ink it, it gives us more options for later. Is this a game that we've already been whole new worlded? Oh, it was. That's right. We had a really shit hand. Yeah, I guess I will. So that we have more options later. Potentially. So they have a Stitch, which is unfortunate. A Snake would be a good draw for us to be able to kill the Stitch. The Along Came Zeus or Medusa. Okay. So another Medusa would also be fine. Thiki's not it. Jim is pretty mid, but we'll play him anyway. So now is the turn where we are very behind, and the top of our deck has to be great. 2 of our snakes are gone, and 1 of our fox, so we have quite a few bounces left. But not a lot of snakes to do the Medusa line, so just drawing a Medusa or a dragon would have been better. Yeah, the dragon would be really good here, but I don't know if we would have been able to ink enough to get here. We just didn't have enough ink to be able to play a dragon in this spot, because we only got enough ink because we played the rabbit too. But they are short on resources, and because we were only down 1, be prepared. The Whole New World is really risky if they draw 1. Long Game Zeus is still very good though. But they can't really quest with their Stitch. Otherwise our rabbit just gets to eat it for free. Oh wow, okay. That's reasonable, I suppose. Lantern, it's bad for us. We do have a hand though. A quite impressive one, in fact. No Maui. But we'll see what they play for their 5. Or their 4 that they have left. Whiff on Ariel. Classic Ariel. If Ariel's not whiffing, I don't even know what it's doing. This means that they don't have a lot of 1-drops in their hand, otherwise they would have ran out a lot of them with this Stitch. How many beasts are gone? 2. They could already have a Whole New World and just didn't scoop another one. That's true. So it's a game and a half for sure. They opt to draw an extra card. They ink a beast. And then they play an additional lantern, and then quest for 2. Okay, so the assumption is that they have a whole new world. That would make sense to me as well. I don't think this Friends on the Other Side is particularly necessary. Yes, I defeated Zephyr in the top 8. So he is done. There's some close games, though. I mean, I believe we're supposed to just be prepared here. I'm just debating how much I care about this rabbit. And bouncing into my hand, or if I care about just keeping this. I think I don't really care that much. I'd rather get the lore. And then we'll draw a card and we'll see where that leaves us. Ugh, if I could have played this, that would have been so good. I don't think I'm going to draw the 2 cards here. The most likely scenario is that they have a whole new world in their hand. So if they're looking to just cast a whole new world off the top here, then, or just from their hand, then we don't want to be drawing cards. And we don't really need to. Like, there's nothing... Our hand has everything that it needs already. So I can even just use this as ink. I don't have to make a choice right now, though. I appreciate the follow, Anthony and Pay 800. So they play a Stitch. They play a Surfer and shift it. They ink a Rapunzel, and then they whole new world. It's unfortunate. So we drew a B-Prep. But our hand was Gasoline, so this is a bit unfortunate. We can clean up most of this. We can also clean up the Stitch with the just drawn Pinocchio, so that's pretty good. I think I'll do that. So let's Pinocchio, Rockstar, Maui, Rockstar. I will Mim Fox the Pinocchio, like so, and then we'll hit the Cindy. Like so. And then I will Evasive the Fox. They have 1 Grab Your Swords out, so they still have 2 Grab Your Swords yet. I will ink the Mouse Classy and then pass. We likely are going to need this Friends on the Other Side now. We would like to keep above them in... It is 1 and 1 currently, Edge. Thought I had that in the thing, yeah. So they quested with Robin, play a Tink, which is good against us. They play 2 Tinks, which kills our board. It's unfortunate. Given that, we'll have to then play Be Prepared, and then run out a rabbit. Do we need more ink yet? No. I would like more ink, but I would like all these cards more. We are getting them close to being out of resources, but we are at risk of losing to the big Cindy. Because we're running low on answers for it. So they have 1 Beast left, maybe 1 Surfer. A handful of Robins. Maybe a Stitch. I mean, they can still easily win this without having to go through all 13 cards. Yeah, we're holding Maui as well as we can, of course. We should also have another Maleficent Dragon in the deck still, I believe. Okay. They play a Robin, they play a Stitch to draw 2 cards. Okay. So this card is problematic for us to a point. We can Pinocchio it with our Maui, and then just clean it up easy. Could even, in theory, give our Maui evasive. What have we got left for removal? Basically all of their grab your swords, so we don't want to overcommit our stuff to the board either then. So I think I'd like to kill the Robin with this Medusa, for sure. We could kill this Robin with our Rabbit if we play out Pinocchio, but then that loses us the ability to fight the Stitch. I don't have enough resources to play Maui plus the Medusa, plus the Pinocchio, so we can really only deal with 2 things this turn anyway. Did the other Surfer already get dealt with? No, so they potentially have another Surfer that we will have to interact with. So let's play the Medusa. We'll take out the Robin. I think I'm going to ink one of these friends on the other side. I really don't need that much friends on the other side action here, I don't think. I would like to remove this Robin for the shift lines. I want them to be paying more for it. Because how many Robins are left? 1, 2. So this is our 3rd one. I think my play is to go Pinocchio, tap the Robin, hit here, and then we'll play another Rabbit, and then pass. How many goats have we got? 1, 2, 3. I don't remember if I inked a goat. I don't think that I have. So we very well may have to be using goats to close this game. The final goat that we have. So we're going to try and save whatever bounce we've got left if we can. 2, 3, 4, 5. To try and close. Because if they just double blast our board here, we're likely going to have to use our Maui just to kill the Stitch. So there's the grab your sword. So we draw a card. Draw a gem. Location would be good, actually. I think we don't have any left in our deck. So there's all the grab your swords. So there's no more left. So if they play a beast or a Robin, we can clean up the board that way. That's unfortunate. I inked the dragon, okay. The problem is that the Maui doesn't kill both of them if you bounce it to your hand, because you can only use the fishhook once, which is unfortunate. But it could be putting it back into our hand. That is of consideration. 5, 6, 7, 10. How many Mauis have I got? We still have more Mauis in our deck, actually. It could be that we Medusa this Cindy so that they can't just shift a second one, because they do have another one. And then we Maui this one, and then put it back into our hand. I don't know if I have enough cards for that. Maybe we get rid of Jim. That'd be 13, so that's 6, 8, 13. Yeah, I think I like that, actually. So we hit the Cindy. We use Maui, give Maui strength, and we bash the Stitch. And then we do this on our Maui. And then this forces them to choose if they want to Whole New World and only have 2 cards left, or try to win the game. Because I think we're at the point where milling is a reasonable strategy here. So this being vulnerable, like if there is even a Whole New World left, 1, 2, 3. So there is a Whole New World left still, but I don't know if they can cast it at 9. Because the reality is that they may not be able to close the game because there's still a B-Prep left in our deck. And if we just rip a B-Prep and kill them, then it's not enough. I think we might have been able to mill them out here. I've milled a couple people today. I milled Zepha, you know. I think he milled himself there, certainly. A good way to go. This is a long game, and it has been very grindy. We're kind of using all the pieces of the Buffalo here with our decks. It could be because of the fan that's next to me if it's clipping. But it's hot, so I needed that in my life. Yeah, it's possible. Okay, they play a Stitch, they play a Robin, and then they pass. So I can't really draw more cards. 11. Do I have any more rabbits left? 1, 2, 3. So I do have a rabbit left. So I would probably want to save this for the rabbit. This is 8 that they can gain. I'm trying to figure out if there's a line towards victory if I draw 2 cards here. As long as I don't go below what they have, because they're going to draw next. Goes 8. 8, 8. I think it's fine if I draw 2. It just means that I can't... It just means that I can't play my rabbit anymore. Right? And that's the only thing that it does, is I just can't play rabbit anymore. Rabbit is May, so I could play rabbit. Okay, let's cast this then. Okay, so let's do Goat, Rafiki. We will quest with, I guess, the Snake. And then I'll play a Maui so that I can give this evasive. And then I'll pass. Basically, this means that Whole New World is entirely off the table. There's just no Whole New Worlds that can exist from our opponent because they just don't have enough cards left, I don't think, to be able to do that. Because it gets us into a B prep and then we wipe the board. Right? Because we know that we have 1, 2, 3. We know that we have a B prep in the last 9 cards. And if our opponent does end up doing a B prep here, or a wheel, a Whole New World, then we are almost certainly going to draw into it, and then we just blow up the board, and then it's over. It doesn't matter, we'll mill them out. Like, we just have less cards than them. Oh, you mean for my opponent? There's maybe 1 Cindy left. Like 1 big Cindy. There's no more Stitches. There might be a Robin. 1 Cindy, unless they inked a Cindy. There could be one of those. 1, 2 Robins. So there's like a Robin and a Cindy, and maybe a Surfer Stitch left. But if our opponent just jams with everything here, they go up to 15. And then we can use the Mauis to just kill the whole board. Which, they still have a line to win. Like, if they go to 15, they don't know that we don't have the B prep, right? Because it could always just be on the top. It wouldn't surprise me if they just quest out to try and race and hope that we just don't have a way of killing their whole board. So another Fish Hook, which is unnecessary. We do this. We kill this. We play Maui. We actually don't need to play this Maui. We can play the other Fish Hook on this and kill the Stitch, right? And then we still have a Maui back. I'd rather quest, though. So I don't think that that matters. Hit here. Hit here. I think it makes more sense to quest. And then we do this. And then I'll play the Fish Hook and I'll give something evasive. This, I suppose, and pass. 1, 2, 3. That'll get us to 17, and if we draw either a Fox or... Do we have any snakes left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't know if I've inked any of them. Like, I can't remember. We are pressing lethal to any of those. Because we can do 1, 2, 3. That puts us to 17. And then goat, bounce, goat. Oh, is that even enough? Maybe it's not. Because it's still alive then. So it's just B prep off the top then. Wow, do we lose? Dang. That's unfortunate. Yeah, I guess we lose. Wow, that's really unfortunate. Because B prep wins it here, so we missed a 1 and 7 from B prep. I don't actually think that a Fox wins it for us, right? Because we go to 17. I think we may as well just do it, right? So we go to 17, bounce it, we go to 18, replay it, we go to 19, so that's not enough. Were there any other draws that would have worked outside of the B prep? Another goat wouldn't have done it. Yeah, alright, I guess we're dead. That's unfortunate. That really sucks. Lost the 1 and 7. Fuck me, dude. That's really dumb. Yeah, I can't think of another. We needed to brick so much on those last few turns. Maybe I lose anyway. Because they added too much lore. Like on that last turn. Because even if we B-prep there, they apparently had a big Cinderella on top. So I guess we just were doomed to fail because we missed for a bunch of turns in a row. That's a shame. No, there's not. I think the spot where I made a mistake was the turn where I bounced the Maui back to my hand. Like I inked Jim or something, like I inked an extra card. Where I could have just kept the snake in my hand and left the Maui in play. And if they wanted to kill the Maui, like I just had more Mauis. I had other answers because I had the fish hooks. Like I didn't necessarily need that, and then I could have kept the snake to do more stuff. And I think that would have been better. Because like, I don't know if they had any Rapunzels left, like that was my concern. But I think that was my mistake, or that was a mistake there. Because if we just have the snake, then we can bounce the goat, and then our clock is like much faster. Man, that's rough. That was really rough. But GG. GG to Decando, a good opponent for sure. It's really unfortunate though. Yeah, that was a tough game. I think I have to battle again. To decide between third and fourth or whatever. What would I change to the deck? So, I would probably cut the 2 Jim Hawkins. I would cut down on the Cuscos to add probably 2 Felicia. And then I would likely add a spellbook somewhere. I don't think they're done. They just got to game 3. I thought our game was really long. Yeah, I definitely think that I fucked up. On the turn where I paid 13 to play the Medusa and the Maui and then protect the Maui by bouncing it back to my hand. I don't think that I had to bounce it back to my hand. Like, if I just stay at 12... Can I bring that up? I can, right? Back here. Is this turn? So I would run 0. Jim sucks. He's not good in this deck. That's rough. So, in this spot, like, I guess I didn't over-ink this. Like, I got rid of the gym, but I would have just had another gym, which would have been a much faster clock. Right? Like, if I just play... If I just play Medusa, Maui, hit here, we Medusa the Cindy, we Maui this, and then we don't snake it back. Like, even if they use their Cindy to challenge it, or if they use something else to kill it, like, their best outcome is Rapunzel, which still leaves it with a damage. So then, like, I can challenge it back with one of these other things anyway. Like, I can use the Medusa to challenge it back. They do draw more cards then, which sets us up a little bit better for the rest of it. But, like, it leaves us with Jim then. And then, like, our follow-up turn, we can play Jim and a goat. Like, we just have more things on the board. I did not need to bounce the Maui back to my hand, I don't think. So then I would still have just another card to work with. Because, like, then this leaves us with very little left in our hand. And then all we rip off the top forever is basically just more Mauis, because that's pretty well all that's left in our deck is Mauis. Right, we just don't have much else other than a bunch of Mauis. And then there was a spot back here. This turn. I guess I wouldn't have been able to keep this that long, because I would have needed to have inked something before then. Yeah, because we end up in this really awkward spot where... Yeah, we fucked it bad. So here... Not here, here. So now it's our turn. So here, if we instead try to finish the game with the goat plus this, which is what I had originally said when I was looking at my graveyard. Then whether they kill the Maui or not, it doesn't matter. But we just have like a 4/4 that can quest for 2 in play that we can give evasive every turn. Instead, we just have this world where they know that we have a Maui in hand and they don't quest with this so that it's fully protected. And we don't have any pressure on board because all we have are Maui's left instead of the gym that actually could close the game. Yeah, that's where I fucked it. And, like, obviously we don't know that that outcome would have worked for us entirely. But we could have very easily had a... an evasive protected 2-quester in gym. All those turns, which would have closed out the game instead of just having only Maui's. Okay, so this will be the 3rd, 4th game to decide if we are 3rd or 4th. I guess. So we have to battle some more. I'd like to just start battling because these games seem to take forever and I'd like to get lunch at some point. Especially if I'm not in the finals. I just want to battle for my $50 and move on, you know? But we'll see what they say. That was rough. I should have looked a little closer at what was left in our deck to see how important the beast is a May, and he could have just quested. You don't have to draw with beast. It's not mandatory. I think that had I looked a little closer at what I had left, like just had my deck list brought up, I would have realized that most of our deck left was just Maui's, B-Prep, etc. And another fishhook, which would have limited our options a bit too much. Let me go first. I don't actually have his deck brought up. This is the one with the dragon fires, right? We don't need this. We do need the fishhook. We don't necessarily need the crab right away. And we want the rabbit, so let's mulligan these 3. 1 drop would have been ideal, but unfortunately we did not draw that, so... This deck is misbuilt pretty badly, the one that I'm playing now. The gyms are bad, it needs more 1-drops. Like, it's literally not a playable deck without a fucking 1-drop. It is actually just terrible. because we like can't play the snake. We can't do anything. Also, the Mauis have Reckless, and they could force it that way too. They have a snake, so we've given up the entirety of our initiative here because we had Rafiki over this, which is really awkward. It's like now we just have to quest here and play this instead of the 3-drop, so that we can ink this. I just don't think Jim is necessary, and the locations are good, but not that good. Like, Jim is an aggressive card, and this is not an aggressive deck. Like, I'm never looking to play it on 5 with a location. I don't have enough locations in my deck for that to be real. Okay, so we ink this and play the rabbit. And then pass. And if they quest with this Minnie Mouse, we can hook it. Actually, even if they don't quest with it, we can hook it with our snake. So it's getting hooked either way. Hooked if you do, hooked if you don't. Do they not have hooks in their deck? They do. They do. Whether they quest with it or they don't quest with it, we're going to send it to the Shadow Realm. They play a goat, so they're looking to play aggressive, which makes sense. It's probably what I would do in this spot. So they don't have... so they don't tap this. Which I suppose makes sense. It's not particularly strong here. To tap it, right? Just trying to figure out how I play this turn. Quest here. We fox the rabbit. We get a mini. Okay, so we ink the mini. Do I just play the Pinocchio and kill this instead? So that they can't bounce it? Seems fine. It lets us develop another thing on our board. I think the Pinocchio can also trade up with the hook on the snake. They just Dragonfire the fox. Because I made the play that I made, they get an entire extra attack out of their Surfer, which is less than ideal for us. They have so many Maleficents, but not necessarily any that they can play right now. You can play the hook and just buff this and bash it. We have to ink something. I guess it's the Maleficent here. It doesn't really make a lot of sense, does it? I can just do this. And then pass. I can quest here. If they have a fox, they just get to eat it. That's unnecessary. Or a Maui of their own. Play quest, go to 10. See what they play. Dragonfire. I guess we're just destroyed. So we're just perpetually short of being able to kill this stupid fucking mini because I missed my 1-drop. It's awesome. I love that for us. I love that for us. This has only been in play for 4 turns because we missed our 1-drop, so we were just off tempo. By like a whole ass turn. Whatever. Just don't care. It's just like literally nothing that I can do. This has gained 6 lore or 8 lore. Because our 1-drop came down on turn 3. Or turn 2. Big obnoxious. They are out of Dragonfires. I guess that's something. But they're at 12, which is an absurd amount. Okay, so we give something evasive. We could give it to just this Pinocchio. And keep the rabbit healthy. So that the rabbit can't just attack into our rabbit. We've done it. We chained together like 5 cards to assemble the ability to kill one of our opponent's cards. Sick. Still sort of upset that we just misplayed earlier. It cost us the top, or the finals. Obviously we don't know all the information, so it's hard to really gauge, but like we had the ability to access that information, we just didn't need that fucking Maui. Anyway, doesn't matter. Looking to use a Medusa, I suppose, or a Maui. Medusa, targeting. Targeting the rabbit. Okay. Like, we have some lines where we can get this into play. But if they have a Maui, they have a crab, they just get to eat it for free with what's already on the board. B-prepping this is just so awkward. It's just such a mid-board. I really don't know what else we're doing if we're not doing that this turn, so I guess. And then we will ink to 8. We'll see what our opponent presents. They might just play Jim in a location, and then we're just dead. Or their hand might just be all uninkables and B-preps. Seems pretty unlikely, but nope, there's a location and a thing. It's good for us. It's just absolutely not. But they have a crab, so now any fox just gets to eat our castle. I mean, they can just quest here, then play goats and kill us as well, which is unfortunate. They did ink a Maui, so maybe they don't have one to deal with the castle. But obviously we're going to castle off. We need a Maui. Or a fox. We're going to have to ink this goat, I guess. Which is unfortunate, but I think it's necessary here. So that we don't just lose straight up to the opponent's Queen's Castle. We're still not in an awesome position here, especially if they have any real bounce for this. But if they just do nothing and say go, we can try to fill up our castle here, and maybe that'll work. I think that's our best hope at this point. But we don't know what they have in their hand. They have a Pinocchio. So just looking to try and quest us out. So we can kill the Pinocchio as well. We do this. Let them draw their card. Teeth and Ambitions. Just hit the Medusa is fine. And then we'll quest here. Put this in the castle and pass. Put this in the castle because it's untapped. We've caught up from the Surfer Mini problem. They're a little choked on ink. So we have a shot, an outside shot here. Of this still being fine. If we're able to untap with this Medusa in the castle here and draw an extra card, I think that'll make a difference. But if they just play like Goat, that ends up being a bit of a problem. Just be prep, okay? Okay, I'll put the Medusa in the thing. So the reason that we opted to do this is, one, it can give us the ability to draw an extra card here. Well, that's bad. I guess it's fine. So we can still keep giving this evasive, but they can just give this evasive back. We may have to just kill the Maui. Let's draw 2 cards and see what that does for us. if I kill Maui here, I can play these two. I could also just quest and then play these and put this back in my hand. Because this with evasive doesn't really do much for us, right? But having my things untapped does have a potential to do something. Maybe we do that. Let's just quest here. We bounce this and play this and pass. I could have given one of them evasive, I guess. Would have been better than not doing that at all. They play a rabbit, which we can Medusa. We'll see if they just have another thing to play as well. They have Fox for their rabbit to draw an extra card as well. Okay. It's actually a good draw. So we do this. We bounce the snake. We replay the snake. We bounce the Rafiki. So 2 B preps are gone already. 1 Pinocchio. This doesn't play around B prep as well, but it does play around Pinocchio and Medusa. It does not play around Pinocchio and Medusa together, but it plays around one or the other. Theoretically, it also plays around Dragonfire, like a 1-of Dragonfire. Sorry, not Dragonfire, Maleficent Dragon. And it plays around 1 Teeth. Technically. And this still leaves us open to goat off the top. Potentially. I don't know how many of them we inked. But if they deal with 2 of our things... Okay, so we're fine here. Okay, so we'll take game 1. This is RP control. Okay. This. We go to game 2. That was game 1, sorry. That was game 1. The teeth is unnecessary in this matchup. It does nothing, so that can just be ink. This is to play for 3rd or 4th. We don't really have a 3-drop in this hand. We're going 2nd, so we don't really need the Pinocchio either. Okay. We lose the game probably to a Pinocchio here. Two of their Maleficent Dragons are gone, which is of note. Yeah. Get Pinocchio'd. I, for one, am shocked at that outcome. This is playing for 3rd or 4th. So this will be our final game. So we're just figuring out who's 3rd and who's 4th. So there is a difference between them. We lost in the top 4 to Kando on Steel Song. We ran out of resources and just bricked for a couple turns in a row. This does mean that they can't really attack at their Rafiki unless they're going to bounce it, because it does have damage on it, but I don't think that that matters a ton. Though they have committed a lot of their resources to the board. If they have a rabbit, they're probably going to bury us in cards anyway, because our hand is so mid. So we can't quest with either of those things. They probably would have foxed and just had a fox in play if they had one last turn. But I guess if we're both playing a really mid game of do nothing, I will also do nothing and pass. We'll just see if we can draw into something better later. Interestingly, the Cusco is a bit of a bully against these two 1/1s. If we draw Pinocchio, we can just kill one. Still draw a card. I'm probably looking at playing this goat. Wow, that is an interesting choice from our opponent here. I mean, I guess it's going to gain a bunch of lore, and I can't really stop it. So I suppose that that's something. Guess we just attack and pass. Like, how are we supposed to deal with this castle with our hand? Kinda can't. Just gets to be in play forever. Surprised that they didn't wait until this turn to just gem. They're gonna snake. They're gonna kill our goat with the Rafiki, I guess. It's obnoxious. Yeah. Just don't really have any cards that do anything. So our opponent just gets to draw like infinite here. This is so fucked, dude. I can't believe our mulligan. I should have just kept the teeth. Like, ugh. I mean, I don't know what I expected. I guess this outcome is exactly what I expected to happen with our mulligan. But because the rest of the deck was full of this stuff, so we just didn't have it in our hand. I don't know how I'm going to interact with this. Even if I draw 2 cards here, it doesn't do anything. I guess. Like, our opponent's gonna untap and just Medusa this Rafiki, and then we're just cold to this castle. Even more. We have a Fox now, which does have a little bit of power, if all of our things are still in play. But if they have a Medusa, they may not be. Okay, so they do that to draw a card. At least this is dead to a Maui now, if we draw one. something, play Medusa, kill this Rafiki. Play a rabbit. And a Cusco. Alright, well, I'm not even sure how much removing this Queen's Castle matters, but I feel like we do have to remove it. And then flood the board with a bunch of shit. So we hit here. We Fox. We hit the castle. I'm debating on whether or not I want this Cusco versus this just second Rafiki. Just ink the Cusco and play 2 Rafikis. I feel like I just want the Rafikis. Just so that I can interface with what they're doing a little better. It's still not awesome. But if they deal with our board, we can just untap and BP as well. Maybe I was supposed to play this snake to bounce the fox so that we had something against another location. Outside of these Rafikis. Because now if they just slam a location and put 2 things into it, we just don't have an answer. But instead of having a Rafiki, I guess we would have only had Rafiki and Fox in play then. Or sorry, Rafiki and Snake. So we just have like less material on the board. Surprised that they didn't sing with their rabbit. Maybe they intended on not having this tapped. Probably what it is. Yep. That is about what I expected. Can't put them in the location at all this turn. And if they quest with any of these, we can challenge them with the Rafiki as well. But not having the Fox is pretty brutal. But we can always rip a Maui or a Crab or a Maui's Hook to challenge this castle here. It is pretty shit for us if we quest with Pinocchio. Okay. Are they looking to sing Teeth? No. Well, that is useless. Get rid of this. We hit here. We hit here. Medusa the rabbit and pass. Our draws and our ability to interact with these fucking locations this game has been abysmal. Like, where's our Mauis? Where's our fish hooks? Where's our crabs? Like, we have so many cards that can favorably just, like, destroy locations, and they've just been able to gain 1,000 with it. We're just gonna teeth it and then draw a card off Cusco. No, they're just gonna put it in the location, and we still can't kill it because we don't have crab, fish hook, blah, blah, blah. Deciding what to ink here. Ink a crab. Our draws, dude, are just so fucking mid. Can't overcommit into B-Prep because they're just gonna slam B-Prep anyway. But I have to have more than one character to try and challenge it in case we draw a crab. And they play a goat. We finally draw a fox. A bit late, I think. If we hit both of these on that, like, how are we ever winning? Guess we're just not. It's fine. Hit these two here. Let's fox the Rafiki. What does that even do? What if we blow up this board and then just ink this mouse? So we don't have to ink the mouse. We can do it next turn. We just don't have enough cards to worry about it either way. Sick, a goat. And another location. Alright, I'm just... They have 3 cards in hand. I'm just gonna concede. Like, I'm so done playing today that I am just going to concede, and then we will go to the next game. And then we will try to win on the play. Like, having our 1-drop destroyed with Pinocchio is just fucking miserable. But I don't have an alternative. Like, there's nothing else that I can do to go around that. Like, we just lose there because we're on the draw. There's actually nothing that I can do. So we don't need this. We don't need the teeth, but we can ink it. You don't necessarily need the Rafiki, but like, we want the fish hook for sure. Maybe we get rid of the teeth again. Okay, dude. Like, mulligans are just things that happen in this game, I guess. Okay. I like keep mulliganing teeth, and it just turns into another uninkable each time. Like, I'm being relatively conservative with my mulligans, and I'm still just ripping into the same card. So I don't know what I'm supposed to do about that, to be honest. Get fucked, I guess. Which is kind of what happened. I shouldn't have played this. This was stupid. This was a waste of a card. Because, like, I'm not going to... this should have just been ink. Like, I'm going to lose all of my foxes now. I guess I can get rid of this and keep the foxes for now. But, like, now I'm going to have to fox this to put it back into my hand. Just to play it as ink on 3, or on 4. I shouldn't have played this. It was a mistake. Like, now I have to get rid of this Maui instead of just getting rid of the Rafiki. But I think this is a play that I have to make. It's really awkward. Should have looked at my hand more before I played the Rafiki. Without the snake, like, you can't make that play. Because it forces this, and then I had to eat a bunch of good cards instead. And I just, like, didn't need to make plays until like, on 3 I could have just played the hook. And then on 4 I just played the rabbit instead of making the fox here. This could have just been the hook. Man. Shit in the bed here, pretty bad. What an error that was. Why I'm so impatient. Maybe because I feel like I just don't care that much about like top 3, top 4, because it's rare that is even a thing anyway. Quest here. So if they decide that they want to fox their Kuzco and then trade with the Mim, I guess this is bad if they play Crab. Like, specifically Crab. This fucking moron, dude. Actual moron today. So we're just in the market to draw cards. Maybe I'm supposed to keep the fox so that it can challenge locations better, as opposed to getting rid of it. Because now we don't have anything that's, like, expressly good against locations. I guess we can snake the fox, fox the snake, and then hit it twice. I should have just replayed this, the snake on the fox, or just played the fox or the snake to begin with. I think that makes a lot more sense to me. So now if we lose our fox to like a Pinocchio, like then what? It's brutal. Just playing really bad today. These last couple games. Mental fatigue, I suppose. Wasn't expecting another 5-hour day today. I'm gonna quest with the crab. What are they gonna do? Quest with the crab. Okay. I'm gonna play something else. What are we doing here? Snake the crab. Quest with the crab. Play a Cusco. Play a Pinocchio to trade with my Mim. Pass the turn. Fair enough. All foxes all the time. Unfortunate. I just draw 2 cards instead of trading with this crab. I don't know if I care about this crab. But I would rather just have more cards. Doesn't seem like they're on a particularly aggressive start here, so having more cards makes sense to me. I think. Still currently have no hard answer because we got rid of the hook to... They have no hooks left of their own. They play Maui, sure. I do have a Maui now. They don't have any particularly easy ways of dealing with locations, but I think that this matters a ton. I'm gonna take out the crab here. A fox. And just say go. Or do I just take out their fox? So just say go. As long as they don't have crab. If they Pinocchio my fox and trade with either of these, I guess it's fine. Still a little worried about locations, because we don't have a crab or a hook currently to use this to make this Maui one-shot it, but if we can get something that actually dies with this Medusa, that would be ideal. We have a lot of cards up on our opponent. We have 4 extra cards and 2 rabbits in hand. Play a goat. They quest. They bounce their goat, I assume. Okay, now I guess we will trade. If they want to play aggressive, then. it this way. We need to ink something. I guess we'll ink this. So we already have plenty of cards, and we have the 2 rabbits still. So I'd like to play this Rafiki. So it gives me a second answer to location. It does give them a Medusa target, which is a bit awkward. Should have considered that before I did that. Rabbits, that's a good draw. Or in theory it will be. Another rabbit. Let's ink a Rafiki. Guess we'll challenge with this Medusa to get this Maui off the table. And if they decide to B-prep this board, then I don't care because I gained my 1 lore. And they use it to draw a card. That's reasonable. They are getting close to Maleficent Dragons of their own. Something to be aware of that they do have. They just draw with both. We are no longer ahead on cards. Would like my friends on the other side back. Would be great. Gonna trade with this Medusa here, I suppose. Have a Maui. Our entire universe is just B-preps all the way down, so I guess that is a thing that we have to deal with. I suppose that we don't ink here. Or we ink Jim. Those are really our only 2 choices. So just pass for now. One Medusa left. 2 Dragonfires. I would assume all their B-preps, and then Maleficent. They have no Maui hooks, so they're down to 1 Maui and 2 Foxes, assuming that they haven't inked any. Alright, a rabbit. Rabbit plus a fox. Take out our rabbit of our own. Takes out our Maui and our rabbit if they do. Could be a snake. Snake gets Medusa. If they choose to bounce it, we get to quest for 1. Games are so slow. Don't know what to do to make them faster. They play a Maui and kill our rabbit. Sure. Could leave them with their Maui in play if we want, but I feel like I would rather just hit the Maui. Medusa here. And then I think I'm going to ink the Rafiki. This doesn't do anything that I need. I may need to be able to double spell later. Pass. I'm holding on to this gem because they're running out of ways to deal with locations. If I rip a location off the top, I have a turn where I can like double spell. If their turn is just Dragonfire my man, that doesn't really matter that much. We are also running out of ways of dealing with locations too. If I B-prep just literal goat, it feels so fucking mid. Sure. What's tragic is we really don't even have an answer to the location right now. If he just plays location or double location, like, what is our out? Nothing. This doesn't even answer it. Then they can kill it, and then what? Okay. We bash. I mean, Crab does it too. We should have some crabs in the deck yet. We very well may be dead to just the things that they have, because we're already pretty buried on lore here. Like, we just don't have anything to gain lore. Debating on attacking with the Merlin goat or not, I suppose. Okay, so we'll hit here. Medusa this. I don't want to overcommit into B-prep. It's like super unnecessary. How many rabbits has that been? 2. Just do this and pass. 2 of the goats are gone, yeah. 2, 3. 3 bounce. So they can still very easily kill us with goats. If they hold their last goat. So they B-prep just our Medusa, that makes sense. We're running out of Medusas, however. Not necessarily. We're in 3rd and 4th, not the finals. There's literally 2 different decks in the finals. Swap Medusa again. Is this the game that they inked 2 dragons, turns 1 and 2? I don't remember. Feels like it was, but I don't actually know. I think it's just 2 steel decks in the finals, because steel is the best color by a fucking huge margin. Which is why every steel deck is $500 or more. Makes their Medusa live, which I thought that was a risk. But I didn't know if there was really any other way that I could play around that. I mean, there was. I could have just not played the fucking mini and held it. Just out of Medusas already. 1, 2, 3. That's all 4 of our Medusas. Could trade this and then teeth this instead of bee prepping here. What does that even do for me though? Lets me play Gym, I guess. Like it develops Pinocchio Gym. Maybe that's good enough. Do this, play a Gym. I think purple is the most affordable color, regardless of the other color, the other pairing that you make with it. We have another 1 to play with it. I don't. We have a Cuzco. So we just play Cuzco and pass. Just quest with our little man for a little bit. They don't have any more Medusas, right? No, we're all out of Medusas. No more Medusas this game. They can have other stuff, but no more Medusas. Do they just have more locations? No. Okay, we'll quest here. I can't ink and play this goat because I don't really want to ink any of these cards. Just play crab, I guess. They play Pinocchio and tap my crab. Then they play Maui. They destroy my crab. It's unfortunate. And they pass. We'll play this and a goat. And then I will give my goat evasive and pass. Not too worried about just a Pinocchio, even though it gets them to 13 if they decide to quest with it. Quest. They play Fox. They bounce their Pinocchio. It's fine. Then what? Then you replay Pinocchio. Are you gonna kill my Cuzco? Sure. Pretty good. Okay, I wonder if they play anything else this turn. They don't. Go to 9. I think I'd rather just do this. It's into 15. So I could ink Gem at this point. Ink Gem. I don't know how many goats are left in my deck. That's why I'm hesitating here. Like if I play a goat, I don't know if they have the ability to kill it, but if they do, they've got me, I guess. I don't remember if I inked any. Okay, I might have. Drew a rabbit. Bad for us. How many rabbits have we drawn? 1, 2. We had to have them killed earlier so we can draw into other stuff. See what they play. We can use this Pinocchio to take out the rabbit. If they have a location, they probably can't play it because of this. 2, 3. They don't really have an easy answer to locations. If we ever draw ours, we'll be in an okay position. Hey Kronos, appreciate the follow. This is their deal 5 that they have left. Okay, we've been dragon fired to keep this alive. I guess we do this. And then we bounce it back to our hand. Like this and pass. How many rabbits have they got? 1, 2, 3. So they have 1 rabbit left. And maybe a friend's on the other side. A crab. It might just be crab. See what else they have. Bring up their deck list, I guess. Are we ahead on cards? No, we're even. Well, technically we're behind by 1. They have no more removal, but maybe 1 Maleficent, and then B preps, I think. They've used 2 of them, so they could have 2 more Be Prepareds. We can trade this here. Then give this evasive. How many Mauis did we have left? 1, 2, 1 Maui left. Some goats. And a bounce. Yeah, this is what they're waiting for. That's been their whole hand. This is their game to kill us. We now have to try and race that, which is very difficult. With the way that our hand is, of course. Maybe using the Pinocchio this way was a mistake. So now we don't have really an answer to that. I mean, maybe we never really did. Is this even that useful? We're just not getting ahead, is my problem. Because we haven't drawn, like, any of our locations, which ends up being like really annoying. So we do this, and then we do I just have to quest? No, I have to kill it after I did that. Do it that way, and then I play this. Like, if they just have goat fox or goat snake still, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, they very easily, we know that they have goat, so if they just have more bounce spells in their hand, they just run out Gem. Which makes me have to commit the Maleficent into the B prep. Nothing I can do about that, right? At least we have a follow-up. They're gonna follow up with Goat though, which is pretty brutal. Evasive, sure. Hey Deathgarm, appreciate the follow. Maybe they don't have the B prep too. Could be in the bottom half of their deck. Seems pretty unlikely that that card wasn't, but you never know. At least we found a rabbit, but I don't think it's going to be enough. If they just ink and play Goat here, they go to 16. And I don't think that I can straight B prep on my turn, so I just don't think it's enough. I have to like rabbit into something. What we've needed this whole time is one of our locations, but we needed it like several turns earlier. Like if we draw a location, then we can B prep plus that instead of the rabbit, but they play a surfer. We don't have a ton of answers for surfer specifically that are left in the deck. I think it is just B prep plus this to draw. And then maybe we can play a bunch of locations in a single turn. I think that's our last B prep, so now they can like send in the clowns, yeah. Like we needed this turn, not the rabbit. Draw 2 cards, because we know what's left in their deck. Like they're just drawing towards the goat plus the bounce to be able to race us here. So here's the clowns. I can't do more than one thing in a turn, huh? One teeth. Maybe there's a teeth. We have no Pinocchios left, so I just like can't interact with what they're doing. One, two, 3. And then if they have, I think we just lose. Well, let's assume that this card is Be Prepared. What can we draw that's better than what we're doing right now, which is just Maleficent on this? Look at my actual fucking deck. We have no more teeth. The rest of our deck is mostly just bounce. So there really isn't anything better than this. So let's just play it. Hit here. Have to dodge a goat, but we hit here, quest. And then we give it evasive and pass. And then we're going to have to kill all of their cards and hope that they just are Brick City. But, like, obviously if they have a goat, it just, like, doesn't matter. Or a Maleficent. We can't beat that either. Story of my day. We have no Pinocchio to interact with that. Like, we needed this 20 turns ago when they had no answer to it. So, alright, I guess we'll take fourth again. I don't know. Get fucked, I guess. Okay, we lost. Such is life. We'll take fourth. I'm really kind of, like, disappointed and not disappointed with how today went. Like, I don't know. It's just... It's easy to be disappointed when it feels like you didn't play very well and that the deck that you brought was not very good. But we'll still take fourth. Like, in order to win, you have to have some good draws, and if you don't win. So we'll take our fourth. We'll update our thing here. Seems to be our perpetual curse, is we're just gonna get fourth in whatever tournament we play in. That's fine. So I'm going to call it. Thanks everybody for hanging out. If you missed any games, you can catch them on YouTube. Don't forget to follow me there if you are not. It would help out a lot. Subscribe or whatever they call it. But I will have this up there later. Thanks for hanging out. I will raid somebody else. Kando is still playing. I think this is his name. No. What is his name? How do I not know it? Oh, of course. It's Candio 7, obviously. Fool. Oh my god. Holy fucking shit, dude. Figure it out. Alright. So, thanks for hanging out, and I will see everybody next time.